Telephone and stand. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. And although we don't have a pastor, I'm going to say a quick prayer. Gracious and loving God, we give you thanks that we're able to gather here today to discuss the finances of the city. We thank you for this wonderful city and the people in it. And I give you thanks for this council and our management team and leading this city, and give us the wisdom and direction we need to guide and direct this city for the benefit of all. In Christ's name we pray, amen. May we have roll call, please?
Mayor West.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Turner, absent. Councilmember Durio.
Present.
Councilmember Hilliard, absent. Councilmember Williams. Present. Councilmember Sherwood, absent. And Councilmember Crenshaw. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see her. Sorry.
Mr. City Manager.
Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning.
And I'd like to welcome council and staff to the budget workshop today. This is continuation of the 2025-26 budget process. We've had one other full budget workshop, and this one will be about approximately a half day. Hopefully we can wrap up around 1 o'clock and what we're doing here with this workshop. Just to go a little bit over the agenda, what we're going to do today. We're going to first have a presentation on water rates. We had a full discussion last year. We have HDR, Grady Reed from HDR here, and they come to talk about water rates and projected water rates over the next several years and how that's to look. Then also we'll talk about our community improvement plan. We take things like those rate studies, et cetera, and which help pay for the community improvement plan, CIP. So that'll be discussed today too. We won't go into it as extensively as we did last workshop on every single project, but we'll talk about that, update that on that. You'll hear the first draft of the budget today. We'll go through many iterations of this. It's still a long process and what we're going through. And before you approve the budget in September. So we still have to go all the way through September for the approval. Next slide. And going through that process. This is a draft. The formal budget final draft will be presented to you on August 19th out there, and we'll go through that. Also, but today you'll hear presentations from department directors. They'll do short presentations to you, 5 to 7 minutes. They'll give you highlights of their budget and what they're doing, what they're talking about. It'll also give you an opportunity to ask them any questions that you might have in dealing with it. So if council has some feedback on some things. What we put together, most of it's based upon the feedback we got from you when you talked about your priorities during the budget, when we run around the table and ask that question. So that's a big part of this. Next slide. Highlights of this budget, it's definitely a public safety budget. Public safety is the focus of this budget. Public safety was mentioned by this council. A big part of that public safety is going into wages and benefits. It's proposed in approximately based upon what we're anticipating with the contract with the fire department. We're looking at approximately $9 million increase just for the fire department's wages and benefits, $10 million. We also have a contract with the police department that's by contract we have to increase their wages. So those wages will be increased too. Likewise, money's being put in here for the fire pension. We've had issues with the pension, so we put in dollars here that should make the pension whole. Basically, at the end of this budget year, we're writing a $398,000 check to put into that pension. We're also proposing a 2% increase in this budget to go into the pension, and then propose 1% next year. The pension board has agreed to that plan with us in making their pension whole. So this is a plan to get the pension to where it needs to be, fully funded, satisfactory funded, so that we've put dollars in this budget for those activities. It also includes people, employees for public safety, real-time crime center for employees for that, and other things. So, and not to mention equipment, vehicles, et cetera. So it's a public safety heavy budget. But also we're taking care of infrastructure, community improvement plan, things in there. That plan, we've identified projects, things there for that for sure. I mentioned fleet, but not just that, but we're also fleet. We have garbage trucks, we have construction equipment. So we are going through our plan that's identified by our fleet manager, and we're putting those dollars into this budget too. And through all that, we want to be fiscally responsible. We want to make sure we comply with the guidelines of our city. The council last year, or this year basically, they changed the definition of a balanced budget from just revenues versus expenditures and fund balance. But now it includes the non-recurring expenses, as being able to get there to that balanced budget. So revenues versus expenditures. Recurring expenditures are separated from non-recurring expenditures. And at this point, what we're proposing is a balanced budget by that new definition. And also, this proposed budget meets all of our fund balance requirements. It exceeds our fund balance requirements there, right there already. So we made sure we're very fiscally responsible in what we do. We've, over the year, we've been able to improve or maintain our financial standing with the rating agencies and with our audits. So we want to continue to do that. Next slide. I don't know if I have another one or not. This is just a calendar of what we're going to go through with the rest of this process. Again, I mentioned the budget will be presented on the 19th, and you will not consider for approval at that time. And we can do things, and you can have input up to that point. But on that, by the 18th, this has to be posted in the city clerk's office. We have to post a budget August 18th, mandated by the state legislature. There'll be different meetings. We'll have things on there. The 19th meeting, you'll vote on a proposed tax rate. When you set that proposed tax rate, remember, whatever you set in that proposed tax rate, you'll be able to go down, but you won't be able to increase it later. So just remember that when you set that proposed tax rate. Be public hearings, et cetera, but then actually on September 16th, you'll be looking at an ordinance adopting, excuse me, the budget and the tax rate. So today, we still have until September 16th. We'll be working on this budget, and we'll be working on this process. You'll have a completed draft by August 18th, and you'll still have another month before you officially approve this document, this budget. So just giving you that overview about what it means and what that means for that. So if you have any questions, if not, we'll get started, Mayor.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. Who's first? Yeah. We have Grady Reed with HDR Consulting. Since we've been here, we've gotten information on water and water rates. It's one of the things that's really helped our ratings. And when we go out for that is that we now have a plan for rates. And they look at that very closely. So Grady is here to give you the latest iteration of that. Grady is, he's accustomed to getting beat up, so there he is.
That is true. I always tell the story about how I was upset at one time when I got my own water bill and it went up. And then I remembered, oh, I was the rate consultant for my own water provider and recommended a rate increase. So I have even been known to get upset at myself at times. But good morning, Mayor and Council and staff. Before I get started on this presentation, I just want to thank staff. We kind of went through this process rather quickly this year of looking at rates, but we still did a very thorough job. And the only way that we could do that is because your staff did an amazing job in providing me data in a timely manner and also answering all of my questions in a timely manner as well. So I just want to thank your staff for really helping us get through this process this year. So you can go ahead and go to the first slide. So just to kind of give you a little bit of background, and if I start dragging on, just tell me to speed up. In the past, Mr. Williams had talked about reserve requirements. So in the past, the fund balance has not met industry standard reserve requirements. However, recent revenues have been higher than forecast, especially this current year. We're forecasting revenues much higher than what we had anticipated. And so now it appears that fund is meeting those industry standard reserve requirements. And I want to specify here, when I'm talking about reserve requirements, I'm using a 25% reserve for your utility fund. The city uses a 15%. 25% is kind of the minimum that is recommended by the industry. And so that's what I'm using, and that's what you'll see. So obviously the city is meeting their reserve requirements from themselves at 15%. But I've also kind of generally been working not only this year, but in past years under the assumption that we really want to try to meet that 25% industry standard as well if possible. Total proposed budget expenses for 2026 are about $72.5 million, and that includes additional debt being issued in 2026. Some of those are one-time expenses or non-recurring expenses. We have accounted for those in our future projections for 27 and beyond. We try to pull out those one-time expenses and make sure that we were not carrying those forward. The community improvement projects, those that are slated for 2026, those are generally being funded through debt, grants, or potentially other funding, and we'll talk more about that as we move forward. But looking at those projects, that list is pretty significant. And so we've assumed a debt issue of a little over $49 million for water and wastewater in 2026, and then additional debt issues of around $44 million in 2027, and then it declines for 2028 and then goes back up slightly for 2029 and 2030. So again, a pretty significant CIP plan for the utility that's being proposed. We are trying to utilize other funding sources as much as possible. There's no cash funded projects. Everything again is assumed to be debt funded, grant funded, or funded through other funding sources. You can go to the next slide, please. So on switching gears a little bit, just focusing on the water utility, we try to plan revenue for an average year, and I always say that's kind of hard because we don't necessarily know what that average year is, or it bounces around quite a bit. So in our rate model, we're taking every single one of your customer use types, so residential, commercial, industrial, multifamily, so on and so forth. And we look at billing data from the utility billing department, and we develop a use per connection for each one of those use types. So I go back every year, and the longer I do this for a city, I keep track of this, so I kind of have a little bit more history every year that we go through this. And so when we looked at the data for last year, that use per connection was significantly higher for some customer classes, mainly multifamily residential. And so in light of that, we don't necessarily know if that's a blip or if that is a more long-term average, but we did adjust the use per connection a little bit in our rate model to account for that higher usage. So basically what that means is that we're predicting a little bit more revenue than maybe we would have in the past. We don't want to necessarily overcorrect that or take all that bias out in 1 year, because we don't want to find ourselves in a situation where we're predicting this amount of revenue and that actual revenues are going to consistently come in less than that. You can see the number of connections and total billed use. That total billed use is higher than the previous year. And then this next bullet, I do just want to spend again just a couple minutes on that. Is growth has been pretty limited for the city as a whole, and certainly for the water and wastewater utilities. We have assumed no growth for 2026, and then we have limited growth in those connections to your utility system beginning in 2027. And why that's important is because as your expenses increase, so as your budget goes up, we call that a revenue requirement in rate making. You really only have your most significant source to meet that increased revenue is through rates. And with no growth, you don't have as many options, if that makes sense. So if your expenses were to increase 5% a year and you were growing 5% a year in your customer base, well, then you wouldn't necessarily need to do a rate increase. But if your expenses grow 5% a year with no growth in your customer base, then you're pretty much looking at a 5% rate increase to keep up with expenses. So just kind of keep that in mind. And that's something that the city's been faced with for several years. It's just that the budget has been increasing, but we haven't seen growth in the utility system to help offset rate increases to increase the revenue. Total proposed water expenses are about $38.2 million. And then those increased to about $45.1 million by fiscal year 30. And most of that is due to increasing debt service payments. And again, that's a faster growth rate than what we're assuming and would be the growth in connections. And go to the next slide. This is just your community improvement program, capital improvement program for the water utility. Again, you can see the total for 2026. The total project cost is about $49.1 million. We've assumed $12.1 million of that is being grant funded, and then $9.7 million of that is other funding sources, as the Southeast Industrial Improvements, and then some waterline work associated with some TxDOT projects that TxDOT is paying for. So total debt issued in 2026 for the water utility would be about $27.4 million or so. And again, you can just kind of see, if we look at the total cost over the 5 years for the water utility, it's $163.2 million, and $122 million of that we're assuming to be debt funded. Go to the next slide, please. So on the wastewater utility has always seemed to lag the water utility. This is about I believe the third year, fourth year that I've been doing this for the city, and the wastewater utility seems to struggle a little bit more than the water utility in covering its expenses. That really hasn't changed this year. Wastewater revenues are not covering current expenses or planned expenses for 2026. Again, you can see the number of connections. Same assumption as we're making for water, limiting growth in those connections. Total proposed wastewater expenses, including new debt being issued, is $34.5 million. And then that is projected to increase by $37.1 million by fiscal year 30. Not quite as much of an increase in wastewater over the years as we are with water. Go to the next slide, please. So this is the CIP for wastewater. Not as many projects, not as costly of projects, but it's still, again, looking at a 5-year total for the wastewater side, it's about $80.5 million. If we just look at 2026, we have about $31.3 million, $31.4 million of wastewater projects identified. And again, we are assuming grant funding and other sources of funding for some of those projects. So the total debt that would be issued for wastewater in 2026 is a little over $20 million. Go to the next slide, please. So our rate recommendations for this upcoming fiscal year, and we did have some discussions with staff about this. So we would recommend basically a 3% across the board rate increase. That's typically what we've done in the past for water. So for a single family residential customer that's using 5,000 gallons of water in a month, that equates to about $1.18 per month increase for them. On the wastewater side, we're recommending a 4% increase. So that's about $1.35 per month for that same 5,000 gallons of use. I will say this is that these are somewhat kick the can down the road type of rate recommendations, more so on the wastewater side than on the water side. We were trying to be aware of the fact that council would perhaps like to not increase rates as much this year. However, by limiting your rate increases this year, and again, not so much maybe on the water side, but certainly on the wastewater side, depending on how fiscal year 2026 transpires and you end 2025, I do think that at some point you are looking at a larger rate increase down the road on the wastewater side. That utility just cannot continue to lose money year over year. And so at some point that ship may need to be righted. These are lower than what we had projected last year. We projected 4% for water and 12% for wastewater. Again, we tried to push that wastewater rate increase back another year because we do know that our revenues are going to be a little bit different than what we projected. So it's going to result in a different fund balance. The CIP is likely going to change. So just we're trying to basically give it a year and see what transpires to see if we can bring this potential larger rate increase on the wastewater side, if we can get that down in these future years. So the total for water and wastewater doing a 3% and a 4% would be $2.54 a month. It's about a 3.4% increase. And again, our goal is really to stop the revenue loss on the wastewater side and keep generating that positive revenue to maintain that fund balance. You go ahead and go to the next slide. So this just shows you what those future bills are going to be. This is combined water and sewer. So currently for residential customers that use 5,000 gallons of both, it would be $73.76. And then again, that's projected to go up to $76.30 with this rate increase. That's at $2.54. Go ahead and go to the next slide, please. This just kind of shows you graphically everything that I've been talking about. This is just the water utility. The blue lines, darker blue lines at the bottom are your O&M expenses. So things like salaries, that's mostly salaries. And then you can see as well, there's some non-operating expenses. That's things like the payment in lieu of taxes and other things. And those two bars at the top, the blue is existing debt. There is some debt that rolls off during our planning period that is retired, and so that's good. But you can obviously see the red bar at the top of that is new proposed debt, and so you can see how that just kind of grows and grows every year as we're issuing debt or plan to issue debt every year. We are. For our assumptions, we are assuming that you typically would issue debt late enough in the year so that you're only making half a debt payment. So in 2026, that it's not too much, but obviously, again, that grows over time as we continue to add debt to the system, and that's really what is driving a lot of your rate increases. If you were to take those red boxes off the top, then your expenses would be relatively flat. And then down at the very bottom, just kind of looking forward again, right, we've recommended a 3% rate increase this year. Looking forward, I think future rate increases would probably need to be somewhere between 3 and 5% on the water side. Again, it just kind of depends on what the budget looks like and where you end up with revenues every year. You can go ahead and go to the next slide, please. So this is the same summary for wastewater, and again, you can see that the dashed line at the top is projected revenues, and so you can see for 2026, we really have the wastewater utility running a pretty significant deficit. And that's with a 4% rate increase. And again, it's just, that's just kind of what the wastewater utility has tended to do in the past, from time to time. And so again, same things. You have some debt that rolls off, new debt coming on. We did talk about, our rate recommendation is 4%. But again, we are kind of hedging a little bit, because I think if you do only a 4% this year, if things hold relatively true to how we have them being forecast, I do think you're going to need a rather sizable wastewater rate increase again, and perhaps next year in 2027, just to try to bring those revenues up to start matching your expenses, so we don't continue to run a deficit on the wastewater utility. The good news is after that, and you kind of fix that, it's not quite a one-time fix, but I think once you bring your revenues up on the wastewater side, at least right now, we're forecasting your expenses to remain relatively flat through that 28 through 30 time period. Go ahead and go to the next slide. So this just brings the two utilities together. Again, just kind of shows you running a little bit of a deficit. I believe we have you planned for about a $5.5 million deficit in the utility fund in 2026, but trying to write that to where you're basically breaking even and a little bit revenue positive moving forward. Go ahead and go to the next slide. This just shows your operating reserves. Again, we're using 25%, just because that's the minimum industry standard. The city's standard is 15%. That would be something that I would consider looking at perhaps changing in the future. Some water utilities will use a 50% reserve. I don't necessarily think that is warranted for Beaumont or coastal cities in general, just because they tend to not have the year-to-year variations in water revenue that we see in Central Texas or North Texas or the Panhandle. But certainly I think I would consider perhaps formally changing your operating reserve requirements for the utility fund to 25% rather than 50%. And that just kind of helps with, should there be some unexpected expenses, storms hit your utility department and you need cash to be able to quickly fix things. It gives you a little bit more of a cushion there. And go to the next slide, please. So just kind of comparing you to other cities, this is with the rate increase. So currently, again, the bill for 5,000 gallons of water and wastewater use for residential customers is $74. This is obviously rounded numbers, so that would go up to about $76. And you're kind of right in the middle, bottom part of the middle. If we compare you to your peer cities, Waco has much more expensive water, just because of their water supply situation and sewer situation. But again, not necessarily you're not at the bottom, but you're certainly not at the top of peer cities as well with comparable water bills. Go to the last slide, please. And this just shows the same comparison for commercial customers. Again, you're kind of right in the middle. This is sorted for 50,000 gallons of use. That's obviously much higher use than your typical commercial customer, which I think is somewhere around $30,000 or 30,000 gallons a month. Obviously, small commercial users are going to be much less than that. So I believe that is it. I'd be more than happy to answer any questions that you had. I do think the utility is moving to a good place. So this past year, your forecast, or this current year, you are forecast to be have a significant net positive revenue, which is a good thing in building up that fund balance. I'm a little hesitant to say that is going to continue, because that seems to be a bit of an anomaly. And so the hope would be that if we could limit rate increases this year, and maybe that does continue, at least in part, we could knock some of those higher rate increases down in future years.
Did you do any calculations? I see 15% for wastewater next year based on current trends. in terms of being able to shift that. I know a little over 2 years ago when I got elected, we had a lot more problems with our wastewater and water in terms of number of calls, brown water calls for our water and wastewater. We had more problems with, toilets flushing, and we made great progress because of the investment that we've made. And people can see that we've got a projected 243 million investment over the next 5 years, but that's partly because we're getting these rate increases and we're able to make the improvements. And despite people not liking rate increases, people like their toilets to be able to flush and like a good fresh water system delivery to their home. And I think we neglected that in our rates for too many years, and we suffered as a result of it. So I know this is painful, but I also know at which point, being able to level that out so that perhaps next year we don't have to do 15%. What kind of increase, and then get to the 25% reserve too.
So is the question like what, instead of 4% on wastewater, what would I recommend this year?
Right.
If we weren't trying to hold that down?
Right.
I think I would try to at least double that and do an 8% on wastewater. And again, I'm not saying that wouldn't result in another 6 to 8% increase next year, but it would knock that 15% planned or forecast down significantly. And again, it just kind of gives you 1 year where you're kind of cutting it down the middle, if you will, where you're trying to increase your revenues a little bit more on the wastewater side, and then again just kind of seeing where you end up for fiscal year 2026 before doing another one.
Well, I appreciate that, and I would love to see that forecasted in terms of monthly expenses, because I know next year people will be going into an election year, and the 15% is going to be scary. And my concern is in terms of fiscal responsibility. If we want to continue to be aggressive at fixing our water and wastewater, we're going to have to continue to spend money in that, and we have to have revenue to do that. And when we have lower water rates, we're able to do less, and because that is how we fund those projects. So I personally, and I am the sole voice at this point and may continue to be, but I would say the 8% increase on wastewater is to avoid a 15% would be something that I would prefer. Yes, Councilman Williams.
Are the proposed rate increases, is that working towards your suggested 25% fund balance, or is that hitting our 15%?
I'm using 25%
Okay.
for that. So if we were just continuing to try to meet the city's 50% fund balance, and those rate increases would be less, I still think you were going to spend down your fund balance over time. And so the problem with that is it's okay to spend that fund balance down and use that fund balance to absorb needed rate increases. The problem with that is if you spend it down too quick, it kind of builds momentum, if you will. And then when you try to level it out to meet that reserve requirement, then you're looking at large rate increases.
I got you.
But to simply answer your question, I'm using the industry 25% recommendation.
Thank you.
Councilman Crenshaw.
Is it possible to freeze rates on senior citizens accounts while also charging a higher rate to industrial customers?
So those senior citizens, they have a separate rate structure currently. So they pay, I believe they pay the same on your water bill is made up of two components: a demand charge, which you pay regardless of what your usage is, and then a volume rate on top of that, which is dependent on your usage. Senior citizens have a reduced demand charge, but the volume rate is the same. So you can do that. I mean, you could increase rates more for one customer class and less for another. That's something that we can look at.
So on the volume rate side for seniors, we could not increase it, your proposed 3 and 4%. But then on industrial customers, we could do the 3 and 4%.
It would need to be made up somewhere else. So if you were to hold senior citizen rates flat, then someone else's rates would basically need to go up a little bit more than 4% to account.
So could industrial customers only rates go up 8%?
They could, and I have the rate model, but I don't necessarily want to open that. But I would say what we would need to do is part of our rate model also includes a cost of service analysis. So we're basically looking at how much it is costing you to serve each one of these customer types versus the revenue that they're bringing in. So in good rate making, we try to approximate that cost of service. So, we don't want to necessarily charge, we're trying not to subsidize between utilities. So that's why we split everything into water, wastewater. And then within a utility, in a perfect world, we're not subsidizing too much between customer classes, if that makes sense.
It does.
So we would just have to look at that to try to make sure that industrial isn't already paying more than their cost of service to make that happen.
Just ballpark, what is industrial revenue account? What is the revenue on industrial accounts versus residential?
Here, let me just open the model. I can answer that instead of just taking a guess. So we have forecasted for 2026 residential revenue. And this does not include senior citizens, but residential water sales revenue of about $14.3 million versus industrial revenue of 1.16.
So fairly significant.
Yeah, you really don't have a lot of large industrial customers on your system.
What if we added the business class?
Commercial revenue, we have, so this is just commercial. Well, let me add up commercial, multifamily, and industrial. If we add those all together, it's about $18 million in revenue.
So residential is 14 million, commercial's 18 million, and industrial's 1 million, thereabouts?
That 18 million, that includes the industrial.
That includes the industrial?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
And that's just for water. That's not considering wastewater revenue.
But on the bill, they're the same, right?
I'm sorry?
When you get a bill, the wastewater and is that what's called sewer on my water bill?
Yes.
Okay. And then the water and the wastewater similar in 14 million versus 18 million?
It runs pretty close. It's not exact.
Okay. Same percentages. It's about 50-50 if we just wanted to give it a.
Generally, when we look at your water bill, your water is about half of your utility bill, and wastewater is about half.
Mr. City Manager, do you have something?
Yeah, a couple of things. Grady, on the wastewater projection, last couple of years there, you got 0. Would it help if you smooth that out over some of those years too, or would that not give us
those outer years?
Yeah, those outer years, instead of 0, making them 2, 3, 4, whatever, and using that big one.
You could do that. Mr. Williams said I was trying to meet the 25% reserve requirement, but there's nothing that necessarily, especially if the city retains a 15% requirement. I think if we were to do that, what you would see is that certainly the wastewater utility would drop below that 25% reserve. It would just, and then you would kind of come back up to that in those outer years if we put those zeros to something else and lowered the 15%.
Okay, but if we were trying to get to 20 before the 25, we might get lessen that impact to get there, although we recommended that fund balance go above 15%. We just think that's too low for a city to be at 15%. But just trying to figure out how we could smooth that out a little bit for sure. And Councilmember Crenshaw, putting more on commercial, industrial is something cities do too, to help lessen the impact for residential people and elderly people. So that's sometimes an accepted practice.
Is there any more questions?
I don't believe so.
All right.
If we could get an updated model just to show those projections, if we had an increase in the wastewater, I mean, I'm going to still propose, as being fiscally responsible. I think that means we have to be, put up with the rate increases if we want to provide a Class A water and sewer system. And clearly, we've had challenges with that in the past. And then if we're going to get our reserves to 25%, which is the industry average, we need to, if we intend to do that as a council, which I'd like to see us do, we have to get there.
I can certainly do that. I will set up a meeting with staff just as soon as possible, and we can work through that with staff.
Councilman Durio?
So where, you said you have your industrial and residential, where are your out-of-city accounts? Where are they at in that table?
So the city has very, very few outside city customers, but we do account for them separately. I believe you do have a few outside city residential customers, but it's pretty minimal.
What about out-of-city, so the industrial out-of-city, they're just beyond the industrial or commercial? Like say like the county jail and stuff like that, prisons?
They would be, I would assume they're considered to be a commercial customer.
All right, thank you.
Councilman Crenshaw?
And just to be sure I'm clear, and I'm not going to advocate for something that's not accurate that you don't agree with. If we kept rates the same for residential based upon your 2026 projections of 14 million on residential and 18 million on commercial, if we went along with your rate increase proposal and we froze residential and we increase commercial, which includes industrial, by double the amount that you're proposing, that would be a net gain overall that would get our balance to where you are suggesting that it should be, correct? So if, like, let's say we proposed on water increase 6% and wastewater 8%, but that applied only to commercial accounts, that is going to be about the same amount of revenue if we applied the 3 and the 4% to all accounts.
I would think so, but I would need to look at the rate model. You're only, if you do differential rate adjustments for customer classes, you're only going to be able to do those on the volume portion, probably not on the demand.
Okay, so if you can't
Nor would I recommend that you have a separate set of demand charges for commercial versus residential, just because from a cost standpoint, there's no real rationale behind it.
do we not currently have that?
So currently the demand charges are scaled based on meter size.
Okay, and I saw that in your graph.
Yes, so if you have a 5/8" meter, you pay one amount. If you're a larger commercial customer and you have a 2" meter, your demand charge is something different. It gets scaled.
Okay.
That would be the other thing to look at, is just to make sure that those are being scaled appropriately. But as far as having a different set of demand charges for customer classes, I would not do that. But it is industry standard. You are following industry standard practice by scaling that based on meter size.
Okay, so can you, for our next meeting or whatever we do, could you have us a proposal if we just applied, as I've suggested, the rate increase on the commercial side and show us the scaling on the demand versus the volume?
Yes, sir, we can work with staff to go through those.
And then exactly what those increases would have to be on the demand and volume side for commercial to achieve the same amount of money that you're proposing with the 3 and the 4%.
Yeah, yes, sir, we can do that.
Sounds good. Yeah. I like that too. Accomplishes the same thing. So, anything else? Grady, thank you.
All right, thank you all very much.
All right.
Next, we'll have a community investment plan update. So Molly, you're giving us that update.
Good morning. So this is going to be kind of a little bit dry presentation, but we're going to work through the changes to the community investment plan. And these changes are in reference to when we first presented the plan to the council on May 22nd. And so we have those printed books, and so we're going to walk through it summary by division, and I would like to put our directors on notice in case there are specific questions that I'm not able to answer. I may be reaching out to those who are probably more involved in some of these projects. But we'll go to the next slide. We will start with parks. And so the first project that has a modification to it is the playground equipment. The name has been adjusted to playground equipment and shade structures. The cost has been adjusted from $1.1 million to $1.231 million. And the funding source has shifted from certificates of obligation to general obligation. Subsequent next project, the community park in the South End, the timing has shifted a year from fiscal year 26-27 to fiscal year 27-28. And then our renovation of the park restroom facilities, the funding has increased by almost $300,000 from $1.5 million to $1.8 million. The new neighborhood park pavilions, that funding has shifted from general obligation funds to certificates of obligation. Continuing on the parks theme I did that twice, sorry. The Terrell Park South Loop upgrades, the schedule has shifted from future up to fiscal year 26 in connection to the proposed bond election. And the cost estimate for this project has adjusted from $18.98 million to $23.9 million. And some of this also has, I think those funding increases we have since May. Back in May, we had just received the parks plan the week prior, and we had not solidified those costs. I think we have a better estimate on those costs. Kenneth Raggett can check me in case I'm misspeaking. But also, too, there were additional contingencies and adjustments for inflation that were added to these cost estimates in response to this being added to the bond election. So that covers us there. Our next one, do you have a question? Microphone.
Wait till you get through.
Okay, thank you, sir. So our next one is recreation, the athletic complex number 4, 3-field conversion. The schedule has been accelerated from fiscal year 27 to fiscal year 26. And the cost estimate for that is an increase from 6.5 million to 7.4 million. And I believe this is also another one that has been added to the bond election, and those contingencies have been accounted for in this increase. So that covers the Parks and Recreation pages. Are there, we can go ahead and entertain any questions.
I just was wondering why did they move that park in South Beaumont, a year ahead?
That I don't have. Can Kenneth?
Could you go back on that slide, Tina, to the one that showed the,
That one there?
So the community park in the south end?
Yes.
Moving from 26, 27 to 27, 28. Well, we have so much activity that we have to get done with our Parks Master Plan. We've come out with a bond. There's such a big focus that is heading towards Terrell Park. Basically revamping all of Terrell Park from entryways, some of the botanical garden and what have you. That right now, that is a big focus. In the South End area where you want to propose a new park, we have significant parks that are there already, which will be getting upgrades by working with our Parks Master Plan. So we just think by pushing it further another year, they'll give us the opportunity to really define where we're going to put this park, because we really have no definition of where this new park is going to go right now. There are some proposed locations, but it's not definite yet. So that's basically why we're pushing it ahead or further in the years.
Well, in the meantime, though, we'll be working on that as far as a location and things like that.
Yeah, we can scout out locations.
And you know, in the playground equipment and shade structures, you know which parks that'll be going to?
With our Parks Master Plan, 9 particular playgrounds were identified to be replaced immediately. So that's our 9 playgrounds that are included here with some shade structure of some sort going with them as well.
Can I get a list of those playgrounds?
Yeah, I can get you a list of that.
Okay.
And can I?
Yes, sir.
On the playground equipment, is it gonna be, accessible for, handicap?
I will say, if the bond package goes through, Terrell Park playground will be. There's a huge cost when it comes to putting in your rubber flooring. So right now we have Rotary Park. We actually need to do some work there to get an upgrade with that. Our playgrounds, I know a lot of people don't like to hear that the engineered mulch that's there is handicap accessible. It is not the easiest thing to roll on.
I was just told not to use that word,
Yeah,
sorry.
the term is differently abled.
Differently abled. I'll try
Thank
to
you.
remember that. Thank you.
Differently abled.
I think that's made up.
It's not, but you could try it.
But adding the rubber flooring is very costly. So that's why we try to focus it on a couple of parks throughout the city. Otherwise, your price increase would be $400,000 or $500,000.
Understood. Can you share for me, only because, as you might imagine,
It
those
is.
parents are very, vocal about their concern, passionate. I'm bad on my words this morning. It's because coffee is rough. Which parks have you identified are going to have the, aforementioned equipment?
All of the parks that have handicap,
Accessible.
accessible playground equipment for everyone. The problem we'll have, each park does not have a rubber flooring that leads to the playground. We have a couple of parks that are
Yes, that's
identified in
one
the
of the big
city.
issues. You can't
Exactly. Rotary Park
roll wheel.
is identified accessible by all because it has rubber flooring.
Which ones are gonna have rubber flooring that I can share with my constituents?
Rotary Park is the only park we have right now that has the
What
floor.
park?
Rotary,
Rotary Park?
At the event center.
yes, downtown. Most cities only have a park or two in their city that has their rubber flooring because of the cost. It's cost, if we had the funds to do it, I'd like every park to have their rubber flooring.
Okay,
But Rotary Park alone, I think it probably costs you about $250,000 just for the flooring.
okay.
It's not including your equipment, which is $100,000, $200,000, $300,000, depending on what we choose.
Can you please add, or when we vote on this, give us an estimate to at least upgrade Rogers Park and maybe one other, which is? If we could, propose at
Identify
least
Rogers
2
Park.
other parks to have, and one of them be Rogers where it's more accessible
We can
with
look
the
to,
rubber flooring.
I can have someone look into that cost.
So you're thinking that's gonna be around $500,000 to do that for 2 parks?
Close to it, maybe more.
Okay, thank you.
And with the
That's not including
proposed,
equipment. That's just the flooring.
Right.
with the proposed general obligation bonds, that, assuming if it passed, would we have more flexibility, or is that not built into this general obligation bond? In terms of the rubber floors?
For multiple parks,
Yeah,
it's not.
okay. And Central Park, which is built for accessible, it doesn't have a rubber floor, but it is very accessible by design, correct?
And the engineered wood is actually classified as accessible.
Yes.
It's just
Okay.
not as easy as
Right.
rubber flooring.
Okay.
And that's a great idea, Mayor. Could you please give us a proposal that we could address during our bond workshop? Making 2 additional parks have the rubber flooring and the accessible equipment that,
And we want to identify Rogers Park. Do you have another in mind?
It's all, but this Central
Rogers and
Park is
Central.
already,
It doesn't have the rubber flooring.
and that's
The
apparently a
engineered
big
wood.
deal.
It's classified as that.
Yes, Councilman Williams?
Is there any, I mean, the rubber flooring's great, but, you know, that gets somebody there, but then they're not always able to use the equipment. So, like, I know Rotary Park, isn't there a park that has one of the swings that are more accessible? I'm not,
Central Park has a
yeah,
swing as
okay,
well.
yeah,
Rotary Park has a swing as well.
okay,
Any new park that we put in have the equipment.
okay.
Okay, and can we add that equipment to Rogers as part of your proposal as
Any
well?
new park, Rogers is one of the parks that we propose of putting in a new playground.
Okay, great.
That equipment will have accessibility.
So at the time
We'll
that
just
Central
have to-
Park was developed, it met the ADA requirements. And so by the time Rotary Park was developed, the ADA requirements for accessibility for differently able children had also changed.
Okay, so,
All of the equipment will be accessible.
great, all right, so then the rubber flooring for Rogers and Central. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Raggett.
Going back, Councilman Durio, to your question about the list of parks, in the books that we handed out in May on the project worksheets, we list the parks as Halbooty, Cottonwood, Fletcher Mini Park, Pearlstein, Roberts, Guzman, Collier's Ferry, and Magnolia.
none of those are in Ward 4.
I didn't make the list.
I can fix that.
Yes, sir. Okay, moving to facilities. We start with our Animal Care Services and Adoption Center. This is one of the projects that is being included for consideration in the bond package. And the cost estimate has increased about almost $1 million from $6.9 million to $7.9 million. Nothing else in the summary sheet or funding source or schedule has changed at this time. Fire Station number 4, also for consideration in the bond package. The schedule has been accelerated from fiscal year 28-29 to fiscal year 26-27. And the cost estimate has increased by a little over $1 million from almost $5.5 million to $6.67 million. New to the CIP, and also because of the bond consideration, is our facilities assessment of all of our facilities. $550,000 has been allocated under general obligation for fiscal year 26. Also new to the CIP, in response to the bond consideration package, is the police. I couldn't spell at 1 o'clock this morning, I'm sorry. Our police facility improvements, that has been allocated for $3.415 million in general obligation funds for fiscal year 26.
And what exactly are those police facility improvements?
That is that list of improvements. Maybe if Mr. Kenny Smith could help me with that.
Good morning.
Morning.
This list is not a finalized list. I haven't had the opportunity to sit down with BPD, Chief Ostenchek or Chief Plunkett. So we have a facility budget request process that we go through every year where different departments submit budget requests on items that they need for their department. When I was asked to put together some cost on facility improvements for the station, I used that process, looked at those facility budget requests and kind of put together some costs. And the list was basically just in case the bond committee had additional questions on some things that we thought that need to be done. So there's not an official list, but some of the items that were basically already flagged in our system as things we need to work on were like HVAC improvements, improvements on the Goodwill building for evidence storage. We also had some things in there for boiler
So
replacements.
the 250,000 that the police department's requesting for changes to that building to help with evidence storage is included in that 3.4?
You can
Told me
say,
it was around $250,000
yeah.
to make upgrades to the building. They need to build a cinder block wall with a big vault door.
that's correct. That was something that's incorporated in that cost. Yes, sir.
Because I haven't,
Sure.
several people have asked me what it is, including people within the police department, and, I didn't know. And it kind of threw me off that they didn't know. So, that's why I'm asking. So 250,000 is that, HVAC upgrades is how much?
It's different costs. We got a bunch of different items in there.
I know, but out of 3.415 million, which is a very specific number, how much of that was your estimate for HVAC?
Sure, let me take a
Because
look.
if 3 million is HVAC and the rest is, just the evidence, then.
And as mentioned, this list it's not finalized. It was just, a group of items that we pulled out of our facility budget request. Let's see. All right, so replacement of air handler number 4, 451,000. Replacement of air handler number 6, 424,000. Replacement of one boiler, 50,000. Replacement of a second boiler, 50,000. Replacement of a third boiler, 50,000. Around 300,000 for the renovation and refurbishment of the elevator, and replacement of 2 300-ton chillers, 650,000 apiece.
Okay. And I'm terrible at math, so I didn't add all those up, but is that around $1 million?
That's around, with everything in the list that I have, as mentioned, this is not a finalized list. It comes out to being a little bit over 3 million. But I know you asked specifically for the HVAC improvements, and what I mentioned was HVAC.
So out of the 3.4 million in police facility improvements, 3 million is HVAC.
Not 3 million, but majority of it is HVAC. 283,000 is the renovation of the Goodwill building.
Okay.
And we have some money down here for the renovation of the special assignment unit. That's around 50,000. Some renovations to the internal affairs division. That's around 15,000.
Okay. So it's safe to say this is HVAC and about $500,000 in other projects.
That's what it sounds like.
That's correct.
Okay. Well, and that way, because we're asking people to vote possibly on that, and they would say, well, what's that for? Now I get to say HVAC and a few other things.
Like I said, as mentioned, this list isn't finalized. It was a list that I came up with based on our facility budget request. We haven't had the opportunity to sit down with chief and assistant chief on going through exactly what their prioritized lists are, but these are the lists that we prioritize as facility maintenance, the things that come up in our annual budget request.
I got you. It's just,
Sure.
it's questions I've had and I didn't.
Mayor, I've, in our department head this meeting this week, I ordered Kenny and Chief Ostenchek to sit down and look at what police department can have input on that list to make sure it meets their needs. So they've been told to sit down and go over this list to make sure they're mutually agreeable with it.
Councilman Williams?
So I just want to be clear, excuse me, the deletion of the police storage renovation, was that deleted because it's included in that 3.4? Or it's not?
The evidence storage at the Goodwill.
It's on the next page.
Did we delete
That, that's what I was instructed, that it was gonna roll into the 3.4 for the police facility.
Sure, then I would assume, yes, that's the reason it was deleted.
I just don't want to assume. I'm,
Well, when they run through it this week
Okay.
too, we'll get
Okay.
back on that.
okay.
Let me jump in. Is that the Goodwill building?
Yes.
Yeah, the reason why we moved it to general obligation, we had it funded or proposed in the CIP to be funded through certificates of obligation for fiscal year '26. So we simply moved it to general obligation to be part of the 3.4 million.
Okay,
So
so
we
that
just shifted.
renovation is a part of that 3.4 then?
Yes, the Goodwill building for storage is part of the 3.4, correct, Kenny? Right? Yes.
And I appreciate that, but they're telling me that this is for storage of evidence and major criminal cases that, you know, is extremely important to our law enforcement's ability to successfully prosecute those cases. And if we put this in the bond package and it doesn't pass, does that mean we're not going to be able to upgrade our evidence locker for 3 years? So this is why I'm asking questions about what that 3.4 million says, because if we're just putting it on the ballot as police improvement, then maybe we don't have to worry about that issue. But if we do have to worry about the fact that all of these projects then can't be upgraded for 3 years, like the HVAC, you know, is it a good idea to have those as part of a bond package that isn't guaranteed to pass?
Sure, my understanding was that it was.
Before you answer that, it's not that it can't be funded, it's you can't use debt services to fund it. So you can't do another CO, you couldn't do another thing, so you'd have to pay cash. And that's a lot of money to pay cash, if you see what I'm saying, like that.
Right, yeah,
that-
so.
That's the, I don't want it to seem like we wouldn't be able to do it at all, it's just that you wouldn't have an alternative funding source to do it, so it'd be cash.
And my assumption was that the bond language would be, worded where it wouldn't be specific project based. I mean, it would just be money that would be towards repair and renovation, just in a general term, that would be strictly for that department, not a project base. As mentioned, when I put this list together, it wasn't to be, this is for this project. It was just to kind of get a number and to have some talking points for the bond
And I
committee.
get that, but voters ask us what it is, you know,
Sure.
they don't want to just vote willy-nilly for 3.4 million. They want to know, well, what are we getting? And if I say HVAC, and then it doesn't pass, you know, I want to just be sure we're not going to have a police department that's not going to have air conditioning for 3 years.
Understood.
And one other comment, Mayor, that meeting with the police chief is scheduled for today at 3 p.m. So Mr. Smith, myself, Chief Oknichek, and Chief Plunkett will be meeting today to go through this list and fine tune it for anything that may be missing or may need some adjustments.
Thank you, sir.
They've answered those questions. So added also to our facilities are the new project, the public safety cameras. $1 million allocated in general obligation for fiscal year '26. This is also part of the bond package. I think we've discussed the police evidence storage renovation, and more details will come after this afternoon's meeting. And then last is the roof at Municipal Transit. The cost estimate came in better than we had anticipated. So the costs were reflected, it was reduced by about $300,000. And the funding has also shifted from certificates of obligation to grant funding. So we were successful with that. Next is our downtown development section. We have, make sure I'm, okay. We have shifted the schedule for the City Hall courtyard and plaza renovation, which is its area right here outside the windows. The schedule shifted from fiscal year 27-28 to fiscal year 29-30. The renovation of the Civic Center, the title of it has been shifted from renovation to renovation/conversion. And the funding has shifted also from general obligation fund to certificates of obligation. And last on this slide is the Riverfront Park extension. The cost has been adjusted from 10.6 million to roughly 12.5 million. And the schedule accelerated from fiscal year 27-28 to fiscal year 26-27. We have another slide for downtown development. The Riverfront Park walkway from the City Hall Plaza, that schedule has shifted from fiscal year 27-28 to fiscal year 29-30. The Downtown Recreation Center, which is part of our bond proposal package, the title has now been adjusted to the Downtown Sports Complex. That schedule has been accelerated. Proposed schedule is accelerated from fiscal year 28-29 to fiscal year 26-27. And the cost estimate has been adjusted from $40.6 million to $49.5 million. Last, under downtown development, the underground power line relocation, which is the high voltage lines that are under the parking lot at the Civic Center, that funding has shifted from general obligation to certificates of obligation. Do we have any questions on this section?
Yeah, do you have more on this? Because we can just.
It was just those two slides for downtown
Okay.
development. Yes,
All
sir.
right, go ahead. This is the end of the downtown development?
Yes, sir. That's the last
Okay, go
slide.
ahead.
Even the title of downtown sports complex, downtown recreation center, it's a little confusing to the citizens because they have the assumption it'll be solely for just sports and tourism when it's really a multi-purpose facility that be available for our residents and our youth somewhat during the week. So I think our messaging and our wording with this particular project, if we can, Mr. Manager, we need to kind of be a little bit more open to what this project actually is, because I think it's a misconception out there that it's solely for tourism from out of town, when the reality is it's a project that our youth can utilize during the week, and also that classroom setting that we talked about with, some of the educational tools and partner with other entities in the community. Of course, it's going to be a form of an economic development driver, but I think we lose a lot of the community because we're not talking about the multi-purpose, assets and facets of the particular project. That's conversations I've been having consistently when people ask me, is it just solely for tourism or people coming in, or is it for the community as well?
Okay, we can look at that and see how it's described and see if there's a better way to name that.
Yes, sir. And just the openness of, is a possibility that council may be looking at one alternative location, but we can get more into that when we talk about the bond.
Councilman Crenshaw.
And thank you for clarifying that, Councilman Turner. The more I've learned about the emphasis would be more of an investment in our local youth, in the discussions of potential co-op maybe involving Lamar University and BISD, and there being job training and things like that going on at this facility. It sounds much more palpable for me than, cricket. People playing cricket in downtown Beaumont, which I'm just having a hard time wrapping my mind around. But I've got to ask, just last week, the bond committee was told by the city that this project was 40 million. What happened from last week to this week to make it go up 25% and another 10 million?
Those details I do not have. I know that a lot of these cost increases, unless Christine has different information, is that additional contingencies were added to those cost estimates. And so
What is a contingency?
for those incidentals that we don't have, my understanding is that The current cost estimates that we have is probably about a level 3 cost estimate at best. And so,
I'm sorry.
and that it's a less
I'm a lawyer.
precise.
What is level 3 cost estimate?
So generally for cost estimates, they're classified based on the level of detail and accuracy that you have. And so it's a scale from 1 to 5. Level 1 being the most accurate, basically when you've accepted bids, that is your most accurate. As you're working through the conceptual process, you're going from order of magnitude, budgeting amounts, and as you get more details of the facility that you're trying to construct, more details get fleshed out. And so because we don't have an architect engaged at this time, we don't have an engineer engaged at this time for this, it's still a little bit more conceptual and, like Councilman just mentioned, possibly open to discussing the location of the facility as well. There's still some items that need to be fleshed out before we nail down those cost estimates more. And so to do that, that's additional risk. And so you end up increasing your contingency. And it's also too for inflation for the timeline of construction.
I know, but it's such a specific number. It went from 40.685 to, that new number. And is this just a formula that you used, or is there you made changes to the project to increase it 25%?
Absolutely. Just to give you some insight. So Jeff Barton, if he was here right now with Gap Strategies, he would explain to you in the process of their contingency fees that not only is he including inflation, but he's also including potential costs for a bond manager or project manager as they go through these projects, right? You want to be able to facilitate that this is not only being done correctly, but in a timely fashion. Now, ongoing cost in this. So you got to think that the fact that this is FY 26-27. So in FY 27, if the cost of wood were to just happen to skyrocket 30 to 40%, it would be outside of the budget. And so then the city would be responsible for the differentiation in that cost. And so that's why they make the contingencies a little bit higher than just what the inflation cost is. So currently what GAP did into the Excel model was it was closer to a 10% of a contingency. And those contingencies can change. And of course, obviously y'all have the final say in the numbers that go into the bond proposition. But I think it's important to understand that we clarified that $40.685 million was a cost that was estimated for a proposed plan for 8 basketball courts facility. And if you look on the Beaumont Bonds website, there is also a benchmarking strategy session that was done by Sports Facility that incurs a potential amount of that cost in a small, medium, and large scale. So I think what's really interesting is that we, as the city departments, submitted that 40.685 number, and GAP, doing what they do best in managing a lot of these bond projects, included the contingency rates that got us to the number we are at today.
But that just happened in a week?
No. This number, I'm not going to try to refer to them, but so 40.685, this is just the CIP. So that's where this is going to get confusing. So this is the proposed CIP. So what we did was we brought the CIP to GAP in the bond committee, and we said, these are the funnel and these are the list of the projects that we've slated. And this is the amount that it's going to cost. Now, after going through all of the GAP and hearing the bond committee with those projects, we are now coming back to the CIP and changing the numbers from what we as officials drafted and got confirmed estimates of to the number that's on the bond proposition. Okay. That's all that's happening here.
And I understand that, and I appreciate that, but my concern is that if the bond committee recommended $210 million in projects, and here we are a week later, and this project has gone up 25%, and we're trying to tell voters that your property taxes are only going to go up $11 per $150,000 of valuation, and that $210 million is going to go up 25%.
It's not. So that's the number, the 49,573,639. That's the number the bond committee approved and was sending to y'all. All we're doing is we're backtracking into our CIP, that community investment plan that we initially showcased to y'all before the bond committee made any decisions. All we're doing is we're taking GAP included contingencies, the numbers that the bond committee approved. Now we're just backtracking into our community investment plan and shifting those numbers so that the same numbers that you're voting on is in the CIP.
I think his main concern was that 49.5 is a part of the 210. The 210 wasn't calculated at the 40.
I thought the sheet that we got at the last bond meeting specifically said 40.685 million for a downtown sports complex. Is that not what the spreadsheet said?
The spreadsheet I've got coming out of the bond committee meeting from July 22nd shows correct. Originally, the original cost estimate, 40,685,000, again, coming out of the CO. And you'll notice like on Molly's slides here, a lot of them are being increased as we go down because again, they were in the CIP for that original cost. GAP added the contingency, the inflation. And so that's how it went from 40,685 to 49,573. But that number is what was in the meeting last week, the 49. And what they
But
voted.
you are agreeing with me that the handout that was given to the bond committee and to the people that were there and put up on the slide said 40.685.
I think the sheet I have is the original cost for all the projects was listed. Then there was a column for contingency and then inflation.
I understand your concern, but my understanding is that 49 is a part of the 210, which I think was your question. And I also, just for clarification, the way I understand it, but it hadn't been verbalized, is on this bond, if we end up spending, if it's only going to cost $44 million because of our design, that is how much we would sell bonds for. We don't have to sell the bonds for $49 million once we start executing on these. We're just limited by that amount. So if we have a $49 million bond for it, if it's $53 million, we're paying the extra $4 million, where if it comes in at $44 million, we'll only sell bonds for 44. We won't have to sell for 49. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I follow up.
We got
promise it's the
Councilman
same.
Williams and then Councilman Turner.
So, I mean, just for my own knowledge, you said we hadn't talked to an architect or anything like that yet. Where do these numbers come from? I mean, is it a formula or have you talked to someone?
We have. So,
Okay.
so initially for the downtown sports complex, that's a multi-purpose venue, we reached out to PBK, a civic engineer. They gave us a cost estimate and outlined the renderings that were showcased in the bond committee plan. Now, on top of that, we got a third party who is Sports Facilities Group. They manage over 40 different sports facilities all across the United States, and they did a benchmark performance. And so you're able to also see that on BeaumontBonds.com. In it, you'll be able to see that they were potentially stating that a 8-court basketball court would range anywhere from 36 to 38 million, very close to the 40.685 million that PBK initially submitted. So I think what's really great is not only are you able to see the benchmarking of potentially how much it costs, but you're also able to see the difference in the size if you were to go to a smaller court to 6 courts instead of 8 courts, and the difference in performance and what the potential either cost or indirect revenue for the project would be. These numbers were not made up. They have been these numbers this entire time. We are just backtracking into the CIP to allow for the CIP to match the same numbers that GAP has instructed to include contingency costs.
Understood. Councilman Williams, Councilman Turner.
And thank you, Mayor. But my question was similar to kind of what you asked, just to clarify. Let's say we put on the ballot 49,573,639, and we only use 43 million. Like, what would be the case with that additional 6 million if it's approved in the bond?
As long, and please, anybody else correct me if I'm wrong, as long as the ballot language could also include operational cost, it could be ongoing operational cost. It could also include infrastructure. If you were to have additional parking lots or additional future enhancements to the building, as long as the ballot language is drafted to include those additions that you would potentially foresee as future enhancements or improvements, as you would see in any city-owned building.
And ultimately, we as a council, we got the final say on the number. So I understand. Thank you.
And Councilmember, it can include additions too, but again, if you don't use the money, you don't have to issue it, as the mayor said, but also if you have money left, you can use it to pay back and pay down the debt. You can use it. I know it's not the most efficient, but I've done some things too when we used it to pay the debt down.
Councilman
So,
Williams?
I mean, just go, what happens if you come up short? I mean, what if it just skyrockets and it turns into a $60 million project and?
Well, that's why you like to do facility plans. And make sure that it's a good representation of what your needs actually are and be able to do it and get those concrete estimates. But if it does do that and you don't have the money in the bond, if you want to complete it, the city would have to find funding through other sources to get that money.
And keep in mind too, the council, whenever these roll out, you know, after the bond's approved, they're gonna still be approving plans and construction costs and all that. So if there was some kind of increase going into it, we would be aware. So it wouldn't be like we'd start, and because we do this, they send us a $60 million bill and the council's struggling to come up with 11 million. We would know that we're committing to that before we're obligated to it.
Okay.
So it does give give council continuing flexibility to, as information gathers, and things can change over time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lokey.
Okay, shifting to streets. We have adjusted our citywide sidewalk master plan at the $1 million per year, and we have retitled it now to the Citywide Sidewalk Initiative, estimated now at proposed now in the bond at $5.14 million. The funding still is going to remain under general obligation as it was before. New to the CIP is, since our presentation in May, is the Highway 105 and Major Drive traffic study and improvements. $600,000 are allocated under certificates of obligation starting in fiscal year 25 through fiscal year 27. Last night, council approved the city entering into negotiations with Woolpert Engineers for this traffic study. And this also allocates the construction funding for the improvements on those roads. Also new to the CIP is the Quiet Zone median reconstruction. $478,000 are allocated in certificates of obligation for fiscal years 25 and 26. Currently, our Quiet Zone median on Nature Street is about to kick off construction, but this also includes $400,000 for the construction of the improvements in the West End Quiet Zone. Next slide. Our Dallin Road extension, the roadway costs remain at about $40 million. The schedule has shifted from future to FY 26-27, and now a funding source has been identified as general obligation. And this is part of the infrastructure bond proposal package. Also included in that bond proposal package is the Point Parkway North extension. Those costs have been adjusted to from $5.5 million to $8.9 million. The schedule has shifted from future, been accelerated to FY 26-27. And with that acceleration, the funding source has now been identified as general obligation. Do we have any questions about streets? Okay. Moving on to drainage. Our annual citywide ditching project is now the scope of work is going to add the ditching equipment to the project scope as part of including this in the infrastructure bond proposal package. The funding is now shifted from certificates of obligation to general obligation in response to that bond proposal. New to the CIP and now part of the bond proposal package. The Broad Oak Street outfall ditch rehabilitation, $440,000 are identified under general obligation from fiscal year 26 through fiscal year 28. And then the West Lucas Drive storm sewer rehabilitation, construction phase of $11.2 million. The funding has shifted from certificates of obligation to general obligation as part of the bond proposal package. And then on our next slide, new to the CIP is a new line item of our annual storm sewer cleaning. This will is also part of the proposed bond package. I'm saying that a lot. This task is being separated out from the annual stormwater pipe inspections project, which you see in the next bullet point. $2 million per year are identified, and now instead of certificates of obligation, to general obligation. With the creation of that specific line item, the annual stormwater pipe inspection, point repair, and data asset management project has had its proposed funding is reduced from $2.5 million per year to $1.5 million per year, remaining under certificates of obligation. Are there any questions for the drainage projects?
You can move forward.
I'm done.
All right,
I got a question since she's done.
all right. Councilman Turner?
I know we have kind of slided for the bond election, a possible 5.1 million for sidewalks. When we meet on the 12th, because we don't have a sidewalks master plan, will we get in the logistics of, will staff have proposed sidewalks or cost estimates with them, or will council make suggestions? How we're gonna go about that?
The very first step, once we're funded, is to pay for that sidewalk master plan and initiate that process. So that is the very first thing. Once we know that we will have this on the bond, we will issue that request for qualifications and select a qualified firm to walk with us through that master planning process. There's a lot of public engagement. We receive feedback, but we need to go out and get that feedback from the citizens, make sure we have a fully holistic view, that we're not missing anything. There's several champions for many different sidewalk projects across the city, all of them very valid. But we want to make sure that we are strategic in how we spend the remainder of those funds. And so that was initially proposed under the $1 million originally back in May. And it's now still a key component of that 5.1. And also to making sure that that consultant can walk with us and manage that program as well, so that we don't lose any momentum as we work through those projects.
Do we have rough numbers on what their consultant will cost out of that 5.1 million?
I think the last estimate that I saw that I received from a consultant about a year and a half ago was about $350,000.
Because last year, it was removed from the budget.
Sir.
It was. Yeah, the reason I'm asking, because I know just that Finette project was $1 million, so
Yes.
it's not that much, honestly, for sidewalks, if we're gonna be 100% transparent.
It's a true shot in the arm, and it gets us funding for that master plan. That master plan is key. That master plan is also part of other plans that the city will be preparing in the future as well, to make sure that we are doing everything that we can to have Beaumont be as accessible as possible.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Sherwood?
But we will hear from citizens about what their immediate important needs
Absolutely.
are, for sure.
Yes, the
Hear you
whole
say that.
public engagement is a key piece of that master planning process. Yes, ma'am.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you. Now we're going to go over the fiscal year 2025 draft proposed budget. Okay.
This will be a overall budget presentation.
Good afternoon, council. Good morning. So this part we'll be talking about where we stand on the draft proposed budget at this time. So first we'll go over briefly the council's involvement in the budget process. So as an integral part of the budget process, city management seeks guidance from city council regarding key budget items, council priorities, and proposed operating and capital budget. So this is our third time meeting with you all to get your feedback and guidance on the budget. We'll hold a session over CIP, which we've done previously, also key budget items and council priorities, which we did in the second meeting. And then in the third meeting today, we'll be talking about the draft budget. And then upcoming, we'll have the proposed budget by the city manager to city council, where we will record a vote on proposed tax rate, hold public hearings on the budget, tax rate, and capital program, and then also ratify the property tax rate and adopt the proposed budget. In this slide here, we'll look at the property tax value from 2016 to 2026. So what you'll see is that over those 10 years, the city has realized an annualized growth rate of 4.47% over the 10 years in the property tax value. Next slide. And this one, it's supposed to be sales tax, I apologize. We'll look at the sales tax value from 2019 to 2026. So the total sales tax collection has an annualized growth rate in the city of Beaumont of 2.62%. And in the 26 budget, we were projecting a 2% increase for sales tax over what we project in the current year. In this slide, we'll briefly talk about some expenses that are increasing for the city. So from 2010 to 2026, Beaumont's transfers have increased by $12,927,460. So in 2010, essentially the city made one transfer to municipal transit. In 2026, the city has budgeted $14,931,760 in transfers out to transit, capital, employee benefits, and general liability. And then in the chart there, you'll see how the transfers have increased, essentially starting since 2021. They've been pretty high. Next slide. In this slide, we'll have our projected proposed revenue for the general fund by revenue category. So you'll see that we're projecting a revenue collection of $168,433,462. And in the far right, you'll see how those revenue categories make up the percentage of the general fund. So our largest revenue categories would be property taxes and then sales tax being the largest one. And then here we'll have our proposed budget for the departments, expenses, and you'll see from top to bottom, we have each department listed for a total expenditure of $177,381,491. And our largest departments would be police and fire at 28.2% and 27% respectively. Here we have a comparison of our budget versus our estimate for FY 2025. So you'll see in the general fund, we're expecting about $148,199 more in revenue than we projected. In water, we're projecting $8,157,561 more than revenue than we projected at the beginning of the year. And then also in solid waste, we're projected $964,087 more in revenue than we projected at the beginning of the year. And then for debt service, our projection for revenue is a little bit lower than what we were expecting at the beginning of the year at $14,300. The hot tax fund is doing a little bit better, increasing the revenues over expectation by $88,500. Airport, we're about where we expected to be. Same thing with capital reserve. The fleet management is a little behind expectations with $132,531, and then employee benefits. They're also a little bit lower, $1,078,684. This is largely due to their expenses also being lower than what we were projecting. So we only transfer enough to cover their expenses. And then general liability fund, projecting additional revenue of $121,540. And to the right of the chart, you'll see the same thing, but in regard to our expenses. So for the general fund, we are expecting $6,618,691 in savings. And then in the water fund, we're going to have an overage of $2,219,504. This is largely due to the ISI Water Development of America Company working with the water department for their water rates. That was, the expenditure was unbudgeted for this year. And then there will be an overage for solid waste as well at $307,610. And then we'll have a savings in the high tax, the airport fund. We're going to go over in capital by $391,191. And then fleet management will also have a savings. Employee benefits, there's a savings I was referring to that we're projecting $31,069,450 in expenditures, and based on projections, we expect to be at $29,550,420. And then the general liability, we're going to expect a savings of $40,563. Next slide, please. So this side will look at the projected ending fund balance. So for 2025, the ending fund balance for the general fund, we're projecting an ending fund balance of $46,919,479, which is $14,652,772 over our policy requirement. For water fund, we're expecting to end $15,338,821 over our policy requirement. And then for solid waste, we're projecting to end the year with $2,652,464 over our policy requirement. The current policy requirement for the general fund is 20% of the operating expenditures, in the fund balance policy requirement for water and solid waste of 15 for both funds. And then the other funds, they do not have a policy requirement for fund balance. Next slide, please. And then in this slide, we'll project the ending fund balances for FY 2026, which will be September of 2026. So the projected ending fund balance for the general fund is $37,950,274, which is $2,473,976 over our policy requirement. And then the water fund, $8,894,354 over our policy requirement of 15%. And then solid waste will have $2,683,804 above our policy requirement for solid waste. And so the transfers that we spoke about, the transfers in the general fund, we have them listed here for you. The transfer to transit, we held that one steady at this point at 1.9 million. We also have a transfer to capital. So the transfer to capital for this year was $462,700. In FY 2026, we are proposing to make a contribution to our capital program, specifically fleet and information technology. So that increased our transfer by $5,839,700. Employee benefits transfer was $5,526,060. And then the transfer to general liability was $1,666,000. And then you can see that the transfers from last year to this year are increasing by $4,179,060. Next slide, please. And then here are some of those supplemental requests that were added to the general fund. So I won't necessarily read each of them to you, but what you'll notice is that most of our supplemental requests that we were adding this year are one-time costs. So there will only be an expense in the current fiscal year. They will not be recurring expenses. So they will not impact our FY 2027 budget or 2028 budget. So we really tried to focus on one-time costs. So you'll see a lot of IT supplemental requests, conferences, equipment, software for IT needs. And then you also see several requests for fleet. And then we'll have a new position for a backup web design and PIO for communications. We'll have new fitness equipment in the SPAC. We'll add 4 more real-time crime center analysts for the police department. I think we're scheduled to add 4 each year. We're replacing the countertop at the event center. And then we're doing some other things. State of the city, we increased the budget for that. And then we also have funding included for botanical gardens at $25,000. Next slide, please. So these will be the capital reserve supplementals, and this is the reason why the transfer of the capital has increased. So I won't go through each of the items, but you'll see here we have equipment approved for the police department. So the fleet management department provides us with recommendations of which fleet they think we should approve. And these are the current fleet plan to be approved for the police department. On the next slide, you'll have other fleet for departments not being police. So we'll have 2 trucks for animal care. Facility maintenance has repower of the Jefferson Theater, West Wall, Tuck Point. I believe it's a rebudget. We'll have the facilities maintenance, HVAC repair. Then we also replace the generator at Fire Station 5. And then we'll have a fire pumper that we will order in 26. I believe we might get it 28, 29, something like that. And then we have some ambulances, Tahoes, also for fire. And then we have some items for public works. I think this is for communications. And next slide, please. That'll be it on the numbers. Do you have any questions about any of the numbers we discussed? Any of the supplemental requests that you see here we could speak to?
Councilman Turner?
I see you said it's a projected sales tax increase of around 2%. Like, how conservative were you in them projections, and how confident are you at those projections are panning out?
So right now, I don't have the percentage increase, but we are, based on what we were last year, we were at 2.7 million higher than in sales tax collection at this point last year. So sales tax is doing really well. Kind of have the opinion of, how much can we improve? So didn't want to improve as much as we have in previous years, but we do expect to see some growth in sales tax. Each month we are exceeding what we recorded or collected from the last fiscal year. So we're almost 3 million ahead of where we were last year. So I would imagine it's a pretty accurate projection.
You're giving conservative.
Yeah, and I had input on that one too. We went 2%. This year we're tracking about 8.32% above last year with sales tax. And I always like to be very conservative, but as you can see in the graph, Beaumont's been on an upswing in sales tax. We tend to say Beaumont's not doing well, but over the last 5-6 years, sales tax has grown. So we did a conservative 2%. This year it's tracking at 8.32% above last year.
Yeah, the reason I ask, because it's always perception what people say versus the reality of what we're actually doing, and the numbers and the data is actually showing consistent increases. And
Yes.
I knew it was probably projected higher, but I was like, that seems kind of low. That's why I asked that.
Yeah, and I asked Duncan the same question. I say, how confident you are in projecting for this year? And he said he's very confident. And I say, well, let's go with 2% and be conservative but progressive.
Another thing this council recently done, and I'm pretty sure we did it way prior to you guys putting your numbers together, banning gaming. I know those numbers, we probably didn't give y'all enough time to even get those projections in. What we're talking about, I think it's important we know as a council what we're looking at as far as expenses and lost revenue with that.
So that's not revenue. The permitting fees that you collect it's not revenue. It's used for and supposed to pay for the enforcement of the ordinance. So obviously there's still going to be a need for police to conduct inspections, for fire to do their job. It's just that now you won't have that built-in supplemental funding for that, but that's not revenue.
Understood.
And I
It
believe
offsets the cost, but we have to count it as revenue.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I understand that, but the
It's in the-
expense
it's in
still
the
gotta be
revenue
accounted
number.
for, yeah.
I want to say almost $600,000.
About 600,000.
Yeah, so we would have to change our revenue numbers by $600,000. I don't have a cost on what it takes for us to enforce that, but if it costs us $600,000 to enforce it and we continue enforcement, we would be at a $600,000 loss.
Yeah, I think that's important, yeah. I understand we saying it's not that, but it actually, in actuality, if it's paying for it, it has to come from somewhere, and we're gonna lose it from somewhere. My next question is, I heard you say police and fire, you went, I think I got 28.2%, 27%. That's almost 65%. Is that accurate? Is that what you said, or did I mishear you?
Oh, can we go back, Ms. Tina?
Yeah, I just want to make sure.
But yeah, it's accurate, I'm pretty sure. So as far as 27%, and then police is 28.2%. And then the majority of those departments are personnel expenses.
I understand that, but
55% of the budget.
Oh, that's 55%. Okay, good. That was another concern. So, and that's at where we are right now, or somewhat with the projections of possible
So the numbers include
contracts and being improved.
the numbers include a 4% increase for sworn police officers, and then an 11% increase for sworn firefighters.
For next year?
Yeah, we did include the proposed amounts that are we're talking about in the contract. So those numbers are included.
Fire was only 7.
It's
4 for
7
one and
plus
it's
it would be
7.
4 again in October 1.
Oh, it's 7 now, then 4.
It's 7 upon
Total of
execution
11.
of the agreement, and then 4% in October 1, because the calendar year is October 1.
So the 55% includes our projected increases.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just want to make sure that pans out, because I know we were at a different number last budget season, so I just want to make sure we on target with that particular number. And what happens in the instance of overtime, is that a possible thing we're budgeting as well? Because I know that was a big thing in our budget workshops that kind of caught us off guard.
So we did increase overtime for fire and police. We did not increase it to the level that they currently spend, but we do realize that they are trending in the opposite direction that we would like. So I believe we added $500,000 in overtime expenses for firefighters, and then $125,000 for police officers.
Yeah, that's what just makes me nervous with those projections, because the reality is when we get into that budget and some of those numbers are higher, it can offset us pretty tremendously.
Yes, sir. So the 11% will impact your overtime rate. Obviously, it'll also impact holiday premium, standby pay, all of those accounts that aren't necessarily wages but are paid to employees. 11% will impact all of those.
Yeah, so that's just when we going into these negotiations, that's one of my biggest concerns, Mr.
Yeah, and that
Manager.
was a tough one for us, council member, because the goal in going through the negotiations, the contract, selling the lawsuit and things, which to hopefully reduce overtime. That's part of the plan. So, but two, we will have to look at reality, that there's some increases. So we were trying to find a number that, would add a little bit of reality to it, but also have incentive to work toward the goals of reducing overtime.
Yeah, I get it. We made the moves in good faith. I just want to make sure it's reciprocated.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions?
Councilman Crenshaw.
Who makes the decision that the police gets Explorers and fire gets Tahoes?
Not me. So the departments submit fleet requests to the fleet department, and then the fleet manager goes through the list.
Don't try to answer that,
Makes
Jeff.
approval.
The fleet manager.
Welcome.
So every year, each department puts out their request for what they would like to get. After we go through it based on certain criteria, such as how old the equipment is, how many miles or hours are on it, how much it costs to maintain, how available parts are for it, and then the usage of the equipment, then we'll determine from there what we get, or what we will put in. And then, of course, it's got to go through the budget process as well to determine what is actually authorized to purchase.
Okay, in the proposal that we just saw, the police are getting some Tahoes or maybe one, and then the rest are Explorers. Was that ultimately their decision that they wanted the Explorers, or was that decision made by Fleet that budget didn't allow for them to have all Tahoes, so they had to get some Explorers, since the Explorer is about $9,000 cheaper?
Well, it depends on the job that the equipment's doing. Certain jobs require certain equipment. There's a meeting that police and fleet have every year. Same thing we do with fire, and I do it with most of my big departments to determine what their needs are, and we'll sit and go through that. And then, again, whittle it down based on that criteria that I'd said, and come to a conclusion at the end of that.
Can you tell me on these Explorers, was that specifically made due to equipment needs, or was that made due to budget needs?
Well, usually the Explorers are the ones that we put out on Frontline, that are out on the street every day. And then, again, it depends on what the job is going to be of it, such as a Tahoe may be used for, to put plate readers on. Explorers are typically used for street use that do that. So again, it depends on what their end job is.
Okay. I mention this because I've been told by several officers that on the Explorers, they sometimes have difficulty buckling their seat belts because it's a smaller vehicle. Some of our officers are, bigger than others. And when you have the ammo belt and the gun and all that, it makes it more difficult. And and so I was concerned that if we were making the decision on the Explorers for budget reasons, that since it's only a $9,000 difference, it maybe makes more sense to acquire Tahoes if it's safer for our officers. So that's why I was inquiring about that and trying to make sure that this was an actual request for a need for an Explorer by the department and not just a budgetary decision that was
No,
made.
those decisions are made between the police department and fleet itself.
Okay,
I don't decide anything just in general.
Okay.
That is done by the needs that Chief Ochnichek and Plunkett and Jeff Cope come up with.
Understood. And so you're telling me then, as the director of fleet, that the decision on these Explorers were made not based upon budgetary reasons?
Correct.
Okay.
Councilman Turner?
In our department, while we're up here, we're kind of on the lines of it. Do our officers utilize the same fleet, or do officers kind of have their own car? Like, how does that work?
Well, again, depending on what position they're in the police department, and I may not be the exact person to answer this if Chief Plunkett wants to jump in back there, but if they're on patrol, they usually that vehicle is used more often. Several officers will use that vehicle depending on the shift. There's like a 1 in 3 shift that'll use the same vehicle, and a 2 in 4 shift that'll use the same vehicle. And then if they're investigators, they have assigned vehicles. Narcotics, I think some traffic have some of their own assigned vehicles, and so will auto theft have their assigned vehicles. But all of those that are frontline are pretty much changed out of depending on shift.
Yeah, my biggest concern, just talking to some of the officers, is like, you come in on the shift and you jump in another vehicle that another officer may have driven, and even if it's a malfunction such as like brakes or, just the way it's running, just with these officers kind of rotating and being different ones coming behind the next, that's just a concern of mine. I just want to know, how do we do it as a city, and just how other cities do it. So that's just something we need to look at in the future.
Right. In a perfect world, everybody would have their own. Vehicles that are assigned are tend to be better maintained and taken care of than just a fleet vehicle. But to do that, it would definitely cost. You'd have to increase by 50, 60 vehicles or something to do that.
Understood.
Just to be clear, man, these capital reserve costs, vehicles, et cetera, equipment, they're not a part of the general fund budget. So those percentages you're looking at, these dollars are in addition to all these departments. So capital reserve is a different fund.
Kenneth, have you ever seen anything like public safety, like maybe a fleet of vehicles at one time? In your experience, like on a bond, maybe it's an ignorant question because I don't know, but have you ever seen something like that? Or fire trucks, have you ever seen that in your history?
Typically not, because they usually don't have the description of lasting. Things you find with bonds tend to tend to have a life of 20 years or more. Vehicles typically don't have a life of 20 years or more. So you can do it. Now, you can do some things. There are some things you could do, but you don't want to make it a habit because you've got to replace those vehicles again soon.
Understood.
But it can help. There are some things you can do,
Okay.
but I wouldn't just do it all the time.
All right.
All right. Councilman Crenshaw?
And I appreciate you mentioning that, Mr. Williams, because one of the questions that's been asked to me on the bond and on equipment on the bond is cameras, and why we're borrowing $1 million and paying interest on it for 30 years on cameras that have a shelf life of 5 to 7 years. And so anyway, that's one of the things I want to discuss at the bond workshop is, if that's really a great idea to end up paying back 1.7 million on cameras that are going to be obsolete in 7 years. So, but anyway, to your point that it's not a good idea to put vehicles on bond elections either. Yeah.
All right, thank you, sir.
All right, thanks.
Any other questions?
I don't believe so. Thank you.
Okay.
At this point, we're going to take a recess, and there is lunch in the first room conference room. So, and we will.
Is this a lunch break or just a bathroom break?
Huh?
Is this a lunch break or bathroom?
How long is the director's department presentation? Is that going to be each director?
Yeah, it's going to be each director.
I think this is going to be lunch then.
Okay.
So, huh? You talking about 1:30 or 1? No, it's ready. I was thinking come back at 12. Yeah. So we'll be back at 12, but there is lunch in the conference room, and it is ready at this point. And then we'll go through all the departments when we come back for those that are able to stay. And can we have roll call, please?
Mayor West,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Turner.
Here.
Councilmember Durio.
Here.
Councilmember Hilliard absent. Councilmember Williams. Councilmember Sherwood. And Councilmember Crenshaw.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, Mr. City Manager, can we continue?
Thank you, Mayor. We'll resume with the departmentals and Assistant City Manager June Ellis will go for the executive office.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. During this session, especially for the new council members, we have all city directors come up and present to you, as well as in some cases, we will have some of the key division heads come up and speak today. So what they will cover are certain things such as highlights or accomplishments in their area for the current fiscal year. They will also talk about some of their goals for the upcoming fiscal year. In some cases, and in most cases, those items that we presented today that are added in the proposed budget, they will go a little more into detail on those items that have been recommended in the budget. So it is an opportunity also for these department heads and division heads to educate the council on their operations, what roles they play in their various areas to provide services to their customers and the city and the citizens of Beaumont. And at the very end of each one of their presentations, if you have questions, feel free to ask any department head or division head any questions to help clarify anything that needs to be further explained. So I will begin. This is the executive office's budget. And the executive office includes 3 different divisions: city council, city manager, and the special purpose division. So the city council budget includes all of those expenses that are paid to city council, personnel related expenses, as well as your travel and training to conferences. Memberships are paid out of the city council budget. So those expenses that our executive office upstairs pay for, any of your expenses will come out of your city council budget. The city manager budget is the very same. That includes personnel related costs, travel and training for professional development of executive office staff, as well as membership and dues that certain members of the executive office pay each year. And we have the special purpose division. That division really is a division, sometimes I consider it as more of a catch-all division. That includes costs that are not ordinarily defined to a particular department. It's more of a, it's for services that are citywide. For example, Jefferson County Appraisal District annual assessments that they conduct for the city. It's not a department-specific service, so we incorporate that cost into this special purpose division. Or in some, we also include in this division costs for our state and federal lobbyists. So it's a citywide cost. So that's what's included in this special purpose division, as well as other costs. We have, for example, funding for AMSET, the art museum. We pay them an amount annually, so we include that in this budget as well. And I will go through the budgets, which is at the bottom of this slide, shortly. The executive office, we don't normally request things like many other departments do. The only item that we requested this fiscal year is what you see on your slide there, the Beaumont Botanical Gardens Master Plan. We've spoken to some of the members at the Botanical Gardens, and I know some of you attended the Beaumont Bond Advisory Committee meetings, and you did hear from some of the committee members about the needs at the Beaumont Botanical Gardens. So we reached out to one of the members at the Beaumont Botanical Gardens, and we let them know that we would consider adding a master plan into this next fiscal year's budget so that we know what their long-term needs are, so that we can get a vision for the Botanical Gardens, just like we've done with the Parks Master Plan. So they were happy to get a quote from a vendor and provide that quote to us, and we included that amount, which is $25,000, into the proposed budget for this master plan for the Botanical Gardens. So it will provide a conceptual draft master plan. It will include cost, phasing recommendations, and actually there will be 4 stakeholder meetings based on the proposal that they received and submitted to our office. So that is the only new thing in the executive office budget for next fiscal year. As you can see below the city council budget, we project to end this fiscal year at $212,000 in the city council budget. Next year, $237,154. City manager, roughly $1.5 million projected, close to 1.6 in the proposed budget. But the one I want to highlight, which shows the 2.2 million, is the special purpose budget, that catch-all budget for specific projects. Included in that 2.2 is $750,000 for Stonehenge, the hotel developer. So that's a one-time cost. That's why that number for 26 goes down, mainly because of what we've included this fiscal year for Stonehenge. And also in fiscal year 25 is $153,000 for GAP strategies, the bond facilitator. So next year we won't need it. So that makes up, those two there make up the majority of that decrease in next fiscal year's budget of $1.067 million. So overall, for the executive office's total budget for next fiscal year, it decreases by $980,000. And that is my presentation. Any questions?
Yes, I wanted to mention just internship programs for next summer for youth either out of college or high school for within the city departments, not just council. I know people have approached about doing it with council, but I think since we want to invest in our youth and for those that want to see kind of across the scope of the city, I don't think it would be expensive because I'm not necessarily talking about paying for the interns, but organizing a program that would help facilitate and bring some structure to it and help identify how many kids, how many young people can participate in it, and so that we can, for years to come, share that with the schools and Lamar, our kids that are coming in from college that live here.
And I'll say something, and HR can chime in. We do have interns, and we bring them in. Sheree was, there she is. I'll let her speak.
Hi, Mayor. We currently have partnerships with different groups throughout the city, as well as normally during March and April of each year, if we're going to have even summer paid positions or programs, those are posted for a month-long period. And so we work also with a couple of organizations related to BISD, as well as through Lamar for placement in cases. Sometimes when people have been in the workforce and they need to just gain experience. We work with several organizations throughout the city of Beaumont currently, and normally, if we have positions in terms of interns and/or summer work, it's posted during that month-long period between the months of March and April of each year.
That's awesome. And if you would, in the future, if council can just get an update when that's being posted so that when people
Definitely.
inquire to us, we can
Yes, sir.
do that. So thank you. I'm
You're
glad to hear
welcome.
it. Yeah, Councilman Williams.
Oh.
Turner.
Man, he done called me you a few times now. Well, just kind of to piggyback off what the mayor said, I know we do interns. Like I've seen things like the Rick Aid and things like that online, but a lot of these students are looking to advance in a more professional role, like some of these director roles, like, or even if it's a series where they spend a little time with some of these director roles, because we want some of these kids to come back and become a city manager, or assistant city manager, or HR director. Like those are some of the interns the students are kind of pulling on us for.
Right. And when they have reached out to us, we have coordinated with different department heads to see for their areas of interest and see if we can get them in a position to work. However, sometimes when they ask you all about positions, you may want to ask them if they're looking for a paid internship. If it's paid, then if it's not budgeted, then we have to look at that. However, if they just want to learn and want to spend some time, whether it's to get credits through college or so, just contact us directly and we'll be glad to set them up with the appropriate departments.
I think we ran into that this summer. A couple of students reached out to me personally.
Well, that's why I kind of
and they
mentioned
wanted to
that.
be paid. Like, but you just kind of even what I've seen in other areas where maybe it's a special project that maybe somebody can kind of see what all professional opportunities are out there and just make a big overall robust internship opportunity. That's why I understand what the mayor is saying, like to really give these students an opportunity to look at different professional, like high-level professional opportunities, even if it's a one-time stipend, we can get a private entity to come in and say, if you complete this process, we can do a one-time stipend. The expense doesn't have to fall on the city, but we probably got a special project person that can probably jump on that and coordinate that.
And we encourage those interactions. We welcome, and matter of fact, I even participate in mentorship programs where kids will come and work in my office or interact with me through being a mentor. So we've done the internship, but we also do other things too. And I really enjoy the mentorship programs. Okay.
Yeah, and we have very good relationships with BISD and other organizations within Beaumont. So we also participate in job fairs and things, whether it's at BISD. So students, every opportunity we get to get in front of others, to let them know about opportunities through the city, we take advantage of.
And I was in a meeting with the superintendents from the region over at Lamar. President Taylor hosted them, and I had the opportunity to talk about our fire department and hiring. And, you know, an 18-year-old kid coming out of high school can become a fireman and make $65,000 a year. And they thought that was just awesome. So we share those things as much as we can. And the superintendents were excited because some of them were from Silsbee. They weren't all from Beaumont. You know, they were from neighboring areas too. So it's far reaching.
All right, thank you.
Anything else for me?
I think that's awesome. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
We'll skip city attorney. No. You got it. All right, good.
So we'll get started. So the major change in our department is on the personnel. Earlier this year, we kind of reorganized our office, which left one of our positions available. It was the liability administrator. We're reclassifying that to a second paralegal position. That'll kind of help in supporting role throughout the office, not just in the safety side of it, but also on the legal side of it. And then the travel and training, we requested our budget to be increased just to accommodate more conferences for safety initiatives and to allow us to do more things for our employees on the safety side of things. Sheree wanted me to mention that a big change in the general liability fund was due to us paying the insurance for the city out of that budget moving forward. In previous years, it was paid out of the facilities maintenance budget. And this year we're paying it out of that budget and it's under our department moving forward. So she did want me to mention that change. It was previously requested that we take some more of the risk when it came to claims. So when there's a claim, the previous council wanted us to be responsible for, those costs versus filing claims. So it is somewhat included in that cost. But those are the major changes in our department.
And do we have a breakdown in the next slide? No?
No.
Okay. So it's overall an increase or?
No, it's actually reducing. So the paralegal position is actually going to be coming in at a less classified position than the liability administrator position was at. So it'll be less of a cost to the city.
Okay. Thank you.
And that was the city secretary's officer, sorry.
Attorney.
City attorney.
Now.
He's in my ear.
Yeah. The clerk's up next.
I'm sorry.
So I do have line items for the city clerk's office. Nothing, basically, our budget pretty much stays the same if you look at the line items for what we actually did in 2024 and estimated in 25. The only thing we did at the bottom under contract services, in this fiscal year, 2025, we budgeted $180,000 for the elections. And so we decreased that amount to $94,000 in 2026 for the special bond election that we're going to call. And we'll probably end up coming in with less than spending the $94,000 because we have, I think, we have 9 other entities, I believe, that's going to be on the ballot with us. So when we have other entities on the ballot with us to split that cost for the election, we end up paying less. So we probably won't spend the whole 94, but we just want to make sure we have enough. Other than that, our budget pretty much has stayed the same. There's nothing that we've added to the budget other than the election.
Thank you. Any questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next, police department chief. Oh,
Yep.
well,
City communications?
I'll leave it alone. Okay.
The slides are out.
It changed since I got it.
Unless you're ready to see police first.
No, you're good, Kevin. Thank you.
All right, y'all. Hey, it's good to see everybody again. I'll fill in for Tracy Kinnick again this afternoon. So you go ahead and go to our next slide. We're the city communications department. A little bit of what we do you see popping up on the screen over here. We work with media relations with our local media and helping coordinate when you guys can, including the directors and other staff here, speak to the media and help facilitate making sure the media talks to the right people so they can get their stories good with them too. You'll also have seen we are our in-house video production as well, run the social media channels, the public campaigns, brand management, everything you're seeing up there, graphics and web, all that good stuff is what comes out of our office. Next, please. Few highlights from this year. We were recognized across the state at our Tamio conference recently too with first place for our podcast, and we got another big award too for our State of the City programming, and they did well at that last year too, along with about a dozen other recognitions from our local press club as well too. So you can go to the next slide. A little catch up on what's gone on the last year. Our department has been involved with somewhere in the neighborhood of 137 types of videos, and there's a little breakdown under it talking about what types of videos we do. And as far as the city is concerned, there's a lot more videos that get made than just this, like including what's going on right now, other city council live streams too. So you guys should be proud of the city. We're probably somewhere closer in the neighborhood of doing 200 video productions a year, most of which make it on YouTube, Facebook, and this is all different ways that we're educating the public on what's going on over here too. Other cool things to note, our YouTube subscribers have doubled in the last year too, which is great. That's a good indicator that we're putting content online that people actually want to see and interact with too. You'll notice toward the bottom, our Facebook reach is creeping up and approaching about 1 million people on there. Our interactions are up. Again, just in the last year, these numbers are just showcasing just a lot of growth in this area of people wanting to interact with and see the content we're putting out. So you can go to our next slide too. Another neat thing too we did this year, we created our in-house video production studio. That picture at the top right corner is what used to be a conference room in the Jefferson Theater. It is, after spending a little money on some backdrops, we were able to use a lot of existing equipment we already had to be able to film shows in there, some of them live, some of them not too, and it has saved a ton of time on me and some of our other staff getting to go around the city setting up all this gear all the time. Now we've got a spot where people can come to us, and that's been really good for us too. Another big area in our wheelhouse is the website. You'll see on there, website's been viewed about 1.5 million times in the last year also. Our people getting on our website is somewhere in the neighborhood of that 400,000 number you're seeing on there. And there's been about 8,000 different website updates we've been making too. And those are on our main city page and along with the Beaumont zip page as well. So those are our two big ones that we manage. And then some upcoming goals for this year too. Enhancing visibility among our citizens. Again, just continuing to have our video production up and other live streams and ways we're communicating this out with citizens. Another big one that we've been working on too is improving our website user experience. And we've got plans here in the next few months too of trying to make this information a lot easier to see. I know a number of y'all have commented too with sometimes it's hard to find stuff. There's a lot of info there. It's not always organized in a way that's easy to find it, and that's something we're going to be tackling here over the next few months too, is just making that a lot easier to see too. Again, having positive community engagement and strengthening our media relations too. So again, most of these goals are stuff we already have, and we just want to continue to make those better too. So you can go on to our next slide over here. Here is our actual budgets and proposed budgets too. So as you'll see on here, it looks like our contract services has gone up a little bit from the previous year. Most of that money is actually something that the information technology department was funding for our website before, and it is being transferred over to us to fund this now too. So that's not necessarily a brand new cost. It's just going from one department and getting moved over into ours too. And other than that, most of those numbers are pretty similar to the previous year that you're seeing on the screen too. So I think we have one more slide as well. Here are some supplemental requests that we're requesting too. So at one point, about a year ago, we had 4 people working for our communications team. We have been down to 3 people for the last year. And so as y'all saw or might have heard from Duncan earlier too, we're requesting a person to fill in this spot that we already have before, and this would just fill in something we already had on here, and it has been open and unfilled. And there's another small line item in there to help fund some of the stuff we do with State of the City. And if y'all have seen it the last few years, that's something that's grown as far as the look of it and the presentation that we're doing for it too. And we haven't had a dedicated budget for that too. And that's the other line item you see there. And other than that, that should be the end of this presentation too. So if y'all have any questions, I'd be happy to answer you.
Councilman Turner.
Just out of curiosity, the State of the City, is that a chamber event or is that a city event?
That's a chamber events.
Okay, but we pretty much do most of the marketing but the chamber receives the funding from the event?
Yes.
So the chamber,
like the-
so the chamber should be taking care of our staff for actually doing the marketing almost. That's how I kind of see it.
Yeah, and I've been told the chambers had these events for years here in Beaumont, I guess with the county judge and mayors, et cetera, and they have them. Now, we take it to a different level too. We want a better production, not to be condescending toward the chamber, but we do a lot. Our employees work a lot. Tracy and her staff put a lot into it, and we put some things into it. So yeah, they get the money, the revenue from it, but we do spend these dollars.
So just this is just me as a council member. As an individual, I can't speak for everybody. We give chamber funding every year. Why won't we deduct some of that funding and put towards our production, since we are the ones that really, because I agree it goes to the next level. People can see it in the production and the buildup is exciting, but we can't offset some of that by deducting what we give to them every year?
Well, it might be a good time to bring this up, though. They've requested that we not give them funding in the future.
So there is no.
So some things happen. The previous year we gave them $80-something thousand.
Okay.
And then we funded their economic development plan, which was similar, $50,000-$60,000.
And the special incubator program we did it for them.
Yeah, we gave them some dollars. This last year when we gave them money, we identified some projects that we wanted the money to go toward because there was some things happening at the chamber that the council didn't feel good about. So council wanted more accountability.
Gotcha.
But after that, now it's like, okay, we rather not have the money if we got to go through that, So, accountability is a good thing with citizen dollars. But right now, we've been told that they're not going to want a donation from the city.
I wasn't trying to start too much controversy, but I actually do understand it's kind of like more the city event versus the chamber, so I didn't want to make it too muddy, but I think this is the opportunity to discuss it since we're talking about it. Another thing is, honestly, I think y'all doing an awesome job. Like, sometimes when them pages get stuck on the number for so long, for y'all to be able to increase it from what it was with the amount of followers to increase, that's good, because the first 2 years was kind of like, it kind of can turn into a dead page and it's stuck. And to get that engagement back up is awesome. Like some of the educational pieces is something I think it'd be good to see. Like, a lot of people don't understand the difference between city roads and text dot roads. I think we all get calls all the time that the feeder roads and the freeways, we need to fix them, and just educational pieces to kind of explain that. Also with bonds, we pay our sewer and drainage through the Water Enterprise Fund. Just some of those videos to kind of educate people, because it's kind of hard to explain it, similar to what y'all already doing. And the last thing is, I didn't see a budget or any support for them to do any like targeting boosting. Like, I give you an example, if it's a storm and we got to get the word out fast and you want to actually increase the amount of people that can see it in a short amount of time, you can have a budget to kind of boost and target our citizens to make sure they're aware of what we're trying to get out of messaging. I know you didn't ask for it, but I just think that would be something important for, our media and marketing team to have. And it doesn't have to be large.
Yeah, I don't know if they account for that or not, so that's something they would have to speak to and about.
And that would be something we can look into. I don't have numbers of what good numbers are that off the top of our head, but if that's something y'all want us to explore, we can look into that too. Same thing with your request for the educational videos. We can look at all that and make it happen.
Okay.
I just want to applaud the communications department, because over the last couple of years, it's grown significantly, but the reach has increased so much, and the number of videos and the information that is being shared in good bite-sized ways that people are used to receiving information in social media. And also with the state of the city, the last couple of years, it is next level. And I know one of the discussions we had is, having attended a number of the state of the county, state of the city events, is in the past, I'd look around the room and most of the people are on their phones, because when somebody's talking for 45 minutes, it's just really hard to keep people engaged. Whereas this kind of spread it out across the different departments in exciting ways. So I think it helped relay the information, and that information can be shared throughout the year. And since the chamber, which I want to applaud, has a new CEO and president and new board as they rotate, and they're doing some new planning, which is exciting. I've had a chance to meet with them and about that, and so I'm encouraged. So thank you.
Thanks, we appreciate hearing that.
Y'all crushing it, man.
I'm also wanting to appreciate them too, because Tracy Kennett keeps me together and stays up with me and helps me plan outfits and all sorts of things. So I'm grateful for what you're doing and
He doesn't help me
keeping
with
it together. Nevertheless, tell her thank you.
We can.
Go ahead, Councilman.
Which council member gets the most likes on the city's Facebook page?
Hey, that's a great question. I think we know the answer to that one too.
Are you wrong?
You had to guess.
You're done.
No, we appreciate everything, hearing us out and everything y'all have done too for us. So thank y'all so much.
I think that'd be you, Councilman Crenshaw.
No,
Sir,
no,
we,
no. We all know it's
we do see the reach you get, and we appreciate too. We saw you sharing a textbook or text dots zipper method the other day. I mean, that's you've got a good audience, so we appreciate you getting info out too.
last night.
Mayor, if I may add, the position they're getting is one that's being reinstated. When Tracy took over, there were 4 positions. She got the job, say, I think I can do it with 3, and they did it with 3 for over a year. But they've expanded. You can see the new things they're doing. So we were reinstating the position, so it's not so much new money. It's just funding a position that was there that wasn't being used.
I think money well spent.
Is Tracy feeling better?
Yes, she actually is feeling better today, but still, she still is on the process of getting better. And she is not fully better yet.
We probably don't need to discuss that right now. We'll move along. I know.
Well, the only reason I asked that because
all right. All right. Thank you, Kevin.
Hey, thank you, guys. We appreciate it.
Afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'd like to take the opportunity first to thank the teams that have helped us put this proposal together, both, IT, Human Resources, Fleet, Duncan and Amy, and especially the city manager. We've come a long way. And we've seen some significant benefits over this last year in public safety, which is a stated priority of both the city administration and this council. Most importantly, we're hearing from the community that there's a heightened sense of safety and more visibility of the officers, which is 2 of our department goals. And, our requests today are furthering those public safety interests. So on the next slide, we have a number of items that were supplementals dealing with personnel. Our real-time crime centers probably got the spotlight, almost constantly new successes coming up. Y'all gave us 4 new positions last year. It's been wildly successful. We've had about a 30% reduction in violent crime for the first half of this last year. And then what's really impactful as well is the improved case clearance rates, well above the national average. So we've received accolades from the DA's office, compliments from the grand jury on the thorough and extremely well-documented cases that are being brought by the department. Of primary importance for us in the personnel area is to continue the successes of the Real-Time Crime Center. And so we had presented an approach, a strategic approach last year to add 4 people per year to spread it out. City administration's been very supportive of this and y'all as well. So our primary request this year was to add another 4. So we've been able to cover 12 hours a day, basically from noon to midnight with the 4 existing staff. And our goal is to use the other 4 to cover at least the major, all except maybe the least busy hours in the morning, so we can, hopefully aim towards a 24-hour coverage of at least minimal staffing. We also have 2 part-time positions to transition to full-time. One of them is a property and evidence technician that's going to help reduce both overtime and our process, the volume of work that takes to get rid of stuff, to dispose of evidence that will hopefully help towards our just storage overload. Is the basic way I would do that. We also asked for emergency management assistant to go from part-time to full-time. That function not only serves the police department, but the whole city, all departments. And this position would support the training and tracking and administrative duties that it takes to keep up with all the documentation that it takes to keep us in good order. Next on there's a contract with Axon, and that is a bundling issue where right now we have a number of different Axon products that y'all are probably familiar with individually, but we're bundling this, but it's a lot bigger than that. This is a really big deal because it does not increase the price this year, and I think that's important to note. Axon has worked for us. In fact, we have a representative here today in case there's questions, but basically they've worked with us to we'll extend the contract, bundle a bunch of products together, that platforms that we have, and be able to modulate the cost over a period of years, and it'll keep this year the same. But what it adds is significant. One of the things is Draft 1 module. We've tested this out by our field operations, not just taking the successes that they've found in other departments throughout the state and other states, which leads to a significant time savings on report writing through the use of AI. In essence, this would direct benefit to on-duty manpower equal to nearly 1 additional officer per watch. So each of 4 watches per day, every day of the year. So that they don't get sick, that doesn't get training or vacation absences. This is a significant manpower improvement benefit. It also will replace a end-of-life records management system. This has been a routine request that's super important to update. The benefit of this bundling package is they're going to throw in the data transition and conversion cost, which is equal to about $1 million for free. Every 3 to 5 years, we would get equipment upgrades for free as per the manufacturer recommendations. There's a drone as a first responder. Drones are becoming more common, but this is actually one that can be dispatched from the Real-Time Crime Center that would be able to help with patrol manpower in the sense that it would provide eyes on calls for service. we can dispatch it, see if the issue is still there, or if it's there, follow it, make sure we can contact it. If it's gone, we don't have to dispatch an officer across town to get it. Also includes a VR training hardware. Our current systems end of life are obsolete, and this would be an upgrade. It just comes with the bundle that this contract would give us. An additional auto translation function would be activated with the body worn cameras that we have that'll give us access to real-time translation of 5 different languages. So as we're talking to somebody that has another primary language, we're able to hear each other in our own languages. Another huge benefit is the AI features that they develop over the next 10 years would be included automatically at no charge. So if you remember, or if you think about the fact that 10 years ago we didn't have body cameras, you don't know how much technology is going to improve in 10 years. So this is a significant benefit, especially with all the additional things that they add and have traditionally added every year. This would also bundle the FUSIS cost. That's been real important to making this real-time crime center work. And it enables us some extensive discounts as opposed to our current individual contracts, while adding a bunch of innovative new capabilities. Right now, you see a number on there, but that the Axon prices have been ranged through different budgets. So this is basically pulling everything into one line. And we're still hoping to get some grant funding for FUSIS, but we won't know about that right now. With regard to traffic intersections, we've asked for some money to upgrade the cameras at those traffic intersections. This is sort of expanding capabilities for the real-time crime center. We have several intersections already covered. Lucas and Concord is an example, and some of y'all have seen the demo where a camera there solved a hit and run of an ambulance that had been struck, and literally in minutes. So this funding would enable 20 additional intersections to be upgraded as needed. The Brazos ticket rider replacements, the traffic units, ticket riders are end of life, and this would involve or include the charging cradles, software, and the devices as well. Fleet purchases, you've heard about that. You see 14 or 12 frontline patrol units, a K-9 unit, which is in essence frontline as well, and 1 interdiction unit, 2 motorcycles, and a stock picker, which is a lift device so that our evidence storage personnel can not have to lift these heavy boxes way up or carry them up a ladder to get up to the storage levels. Our K-9 office had to be relocated to make room for more evidence. And so up to now, they've had the ability to use the patrol report writing room computers. Now they don't have that ability. So we asked for a couple of computers to help them be able to do their paperwork. Scanners and Laserfish licenses would add 1 to both records and 1 to property, which are on different floors, so that they can have more than one person at a time scanning or inputting data. And then the Equiture refresh is basically a system software that records and transcribes calls in both 911 and 311. And then the hazard mitigation action plan, that's a FEMA mandated plan for enabling us to be eligible for federal funding for mitigation projects and reimbursements from federal disaster declarations. It's basically a long-term plan that helps communities become more resilient by identifying risks, developing mitigation strategies, and implementing actions to reduce potential losses. Some of these items you'll see in the CIP. Beaumont's benefited over the years from a lot of projects through this funding. The plan is required to be updated by FEMA every 5 years. Traditionally, we do it as a county plan. We share the cost per capita, and we have traditionally had a contractor to help us. Our hope is that the county can get some grant funding, but right now it looks like the grant funding will be extremely minimal. And so we've asked for what we could anticipate as our share if we have to pay the cost. Hopefully that'll be able to be alleviated through other methods. And that's my report, unless y'all have questions.
Councilman Williams? Councilman Turner.
Is the need to move the part-time to full-time in property and evidence, does that have anything to do with y'all being overloaded and just the amount of property and evidence that you're being forced to manage?
Yes.
Busting
Yes.
at the seams?
Yes, and it'll hopefully assist us both in being able to do more investigations to be able to dispose, plus if we can get rid of it, we take in more every day than we're able to get rid of. So, but we need to dispose of as much as we can.
How long are y'all required to hold on to evidence? I mean, is it forever or?
Some of it depends on the case, homicides, aggravated sexual assault, some of the real large type cases are forever. And some of them are for many years, and there's a bunch of legal hurdles that you have to follow, whether it's a tiny item or a big item, a big case or a little case, but we got to follow those rules. And so our amount of storage, the things we're required to keep, that list is growing, and the time frame seems to be growing as well. And it's not just through the statute of limitations, but it's through the appeal process and all that stuff. So there's a lot of things that require us to keep a lot more property than we would like.
Okay, thank you.
So to extend on that question, and sometimes it's in perpetuity. So even like in a sexual assault case where it would have exhausted after a certain period of time, that individual, depending on the nature of what they were convicted of, could have several appeals, and then it's the statute time to really cure that evidence would go from the last exhausted appeal, which could take, in some cases, years.
So the amount, it's only gonna grow then?
Yes, sir.
Amount, okay.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Turner, then Councilman Durio.
Thank you, Mayor. I noticed you also said a job going from part-time to full-time with emergency management. Can you kind of speak to like the why and how it would help, and is there anything to worry about? I know we haven't had any storms, thank God, but is it okay? Is everything kind of looking well?
Well, I think our program has done very well, and I think y'all have seen the results of that program, but it takes time and effort to keep it up, and it takes, I would say probably high 90% of the time is on preparedness, which is not incident response. When there's a hurricane or some other incident, we have the whole city jumping in to help, but the majority of the work day to day is done by the people over in that office.
Yes, sir.
And we have a person running it, Shaquina Nobles, and then we have a planner in Jillian Cassidy, and then we have a part-time administrative assistant. So, if we can get some of the administrative things off their task, they can make sure the plans are in right, make sure we're managing all the properties. There's a lot of coordination, not just between departments, but between city agencies, other governments, community, businesses within our ETJ, and a lot of regional collaboration as well.
Yes, sir, I understand that. And my follow-up, my second thing was somewhat of a request. We kind of toyed around with this for a while, but just with Mr. Manager, we've kind of been consistently on and off in spikes, nightlife. We get these issues where it's in parking lots. In some instances, we had issues in parking lots where some of the businesses have been shut down, but what's happening is these crowds are navigating from spot to spot, and what we're seeing is they just hanging out in the parking lot, open containers. I know Woodrow's has been having a tremendous amount of issues lately. Also, the Fuma, Dubai, and 409. How do we deal with it? I know, our stance is the business is responsible for their parking lots, but what's happening is the loitering is such a large crowd. It's kind of like, how can we work through that? Because I just don't want to they just keep navigating to a spot. I just want to know how can we at least look at ways to really work to that.
We've been working on that. In fact, we just had a meeting about Little Woodrow's earlier this week with some of the business owners, but it's, every business has different issues. That one is an example that's in a shopping center. So there's a whole bunch of businesses there. The business doesn't normally, or in this case, may not own any of the parking lot. So, these are issues that we've worked, the owners involved are very, they've integrated with the real-time crime center. They've put out signage. They've done a lot of things that are above and beyond that not every business is willing to do. One of the things that helps us is when we can have the ability of the cameras to see when problems, maybe as they're cropping up or before they become too big of an issue. So we've been working with people. We had a meeting, I think it was 2 weeks ago today, with some of the downtown business owners to try to work with them on a more informal basis. And I think we're seeing some benefit. Some of it, you have spot issues. You work a particular location, and then it'll be good for a few months, and then all of a sudden it'll crop back up. So it's a maintenance thing. I think the managers brought this up in the area of Calder and Ewing and some other place and stuff. It's the same thing. It's a constant maintenance requirement. So we're trying to work with everybody and treat it as a community project, and work with them as well as we can. And we have some specific things planned to help out in this issue that we've been working on this week.
Yeah, I thank you guys because, when I first got on the council, it's always like every time it's time to solve a problem, the police can fix it, the police can fix it, the police can fix it. But my mentality has kind of changed, the more I've kind of seasoned it is we got to actually do a better job helping y'all fix it. So that's why I was asking about that, because like you said, it's a moving problem. It's not something that just at one particular place. So
Yes,
I appreciate you guys working through that.
Thank you.
Councilman Durio?
Chief, one time, I think it was at a police advisory committee meeting. You had mentioned replacing some officers that were doing inside office work with civilians so you can get more officers on the street. Have y'all been able to implement that yet?
We have, and I mean, some of the advances y'all have seen have been direct result of the last couple of years of a budget process. Last year with these real-time crime centers, people, it's civilian analysts, but if they're not doing it, officer has to do it. And the officer's responding to calls, and it's not, divided attention and all that stuff. So it's very helpful. We've been able, sort of a cutting edge example on case specialists is we actually assigned a civilian to do some of the person's crimes work. And they're doing almost everything except dealing with suspects, handcuffing people and things like that. But they're able to take a full caseload and take the administrative work off these officers so they can focus on things that require a badge, require somebody that's sworn in. And we have examples of our sex offender registrar where officers were having to do that full-time on overtime. We saved money by putting a civilian in there with the ability to take that load. And this has worked out so well over the past couple of years that she is now even filing cases, which further reduces the workload on officers. So anytime we can move the administrative duties off of the officers and get them back out in the field is benefiting us also in boots on the ground. I've heard that term, but the visibility, it provides more time for them to be out there patrolling, be out there with quick responses to calls. One of the Little Woodrow's calls, I was told by somebody that called me the other day, officer was there within seconds. If they're out on calls all over town, they can't respond that quick, and this is a huge help.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Crenshaw, then Councilwoman Sherwood.
Thank you for being here, Chief, and I think your department's doing an outstanding job, and one of the things that y'all are best at is once one of these terrible violent crimes occurs, y'all get to work, identify suspects, put together great cases, make arrests, and get those cases successfully prosecuted. And I do greatly appreciate that work. And if you will, that's what I call more of your reactionary police work, right? One thing that I hear a lot from people in the community is they want to see more proactive policing. And I know you and I have talked about this personally on many occasions. We have certain businesses and certain areas of town that generate more crime than others. And let's just say there's an apartment complex across from Jason's Deli on Dallin Road that I believe between fire and police has a couple hundred calls for service every year. What is your department doing, and what resources are being put into more proactive policing, nuisance abatement, things like that to try to address these businesses, apartments, locations that are the sources of such a drain on resources for our city?
Well, a number of issues. One of these things like that axon bundling. Anytime we're able to save time and keep the officers out on the street so they're not on calls constantly gives more opportunity for them to take enforcement action. Our call load, we're running over 140,000 calls for service a year. The call load per officer, some of them may handle 30 calls in one shift, a 10-hour shift. So the more work we can take off them with some of the things we've implemented, such as having people call in something that's a cold case that happened a week ago. Something like the ability with Draft One to save like 20% or even 50% of somebody's time on writing a report. Some of these cases we're being able to solve in minutes with the Real-Time Crime Center. That means officers aren't spending 2 hours out there. We're not spending hours knocking on doors, going down the neighborhood, when we can send a little link out and say, hey, anybody in this neighborhood that saw something between these hours, send us a video if you don't mind. So a lot of these efficiencies are creating more time for the officers to be out and about. They're writing, whether it's writing tickets, whether it's patrolling the streets, whether it's stopping at a gas station. And we've seen a drastic drop in crime. And some of this has to be working because, the crime has been reducing. So that means fewer calls to respond to. It means more time again. So it's a number of things helping in creating that. We have a whole unit, the special assignments unit, that is tasked to do special things. We have traffic and other units. Police community relations is doing a lot of things. They're able to take some work off the patrol guys, such as special attentions and checking on houses, directed patrols, things like that.
Out of your overall budget increased requests for 2026, can you assign a percentage of that I can tell constituents is dedicated to more proactive policing?
I don't think I could put a number on it. At least right now, I definitely couldn't.
No problem.
That would be very difficult.
No problem.
You know, we get
Curious.
we get a Project Safe Neighborhood grant that's dedicated to violent crime. And, you know, this year we've gotten, y'all just approved it a couple weeks ago, another 17,000. So that's like 87.5 just on overtime fighting violent crime. So it's a little easier when I have something definitive like that to be able to say this was definitely used on proactive work on violent crime. Some of the other stuff is a little bit more difficult for me, definitely off the top of my head.
Do you think having a prosecutor, either with the DA's office or possibly with the city attorney's office that would be dedicated to nuisance abatement would be something that would be helpful for your department?
I don't know. We have a very good relationship with both courts, or DA's office and municipal court. I think that'd be more of of their question off the top of my head. You know, a lot of our municipal code stuff we've been working at as a team effort between several departments. For instance, fire codes, building codes, and police working together with health codes. And so, you know, in that team effort, I would have to ask some other people if they think it would help. But right now, I think it's been working, I thought, pretty smoothly.
Okay. Yeah, just curious on, and my last question, there was some talk about trying to put into the bond proposal, a request for a new police headquarters or facility. Just briefly, can you tell this council the biggest issues you have right now with your current headquarters?
You know, I mean, we have presented a lot of issues. I mean, I've got a host of things. I'm not sure.
When the department was created or built in the 1970s, how many officers was it actually built for?
It was built for 160 officers.
And we have how many now?
51 years ago. Really, it was designed 54 years ago, but we have 260 officers, but we have 341 employees.
But we basically doubled the size of the department.
Right.
Okay. And even though I do not believe that this council or the public likely would support a brand new department right now, if this council was to decide to put before the voters in November in the bond election a $40 to $50 million package that would allow you to upgrade your existing buildings and facilities, do you think that would be adequate to address some of the concerns going on at your department so far as lack of space, so far as some of the health and safety issues that have been raised by members of your department?
That's a quagmire. You know, one of the issues we have right now is we're spread out into 7 different facilities. You know, unless we add one that's comprehensive, I don't know if it's going to fix some of the efficiency problems in units not being able to work together because there's not enough space. That's a question I'd really like to be able to sit down with the staff and facilities and, you know, our people get together and think about it a little bit.
Well, I hate to be difficult, but we have a bond workshop, I believe, on August 11th, and then we have to make this decision on August 12th. And I believe we need to strike while the iron's hot. If we're going to do this, I had thought maybe there was a chance we could try to do another bond election next year, the year after that, and some of the consensus I'm getting between a lot of people is that that's just not going to happen, and we either do it now or it's just not going to happen for quite a while. So I do believe that there would be public support and support on this council to upgrade some of your existing facilities with a certain amount of money in order to get you guys in a better position that you need to be to not only effectively do your job, but safely be able to do your job. Anyway, I would just ask that, I know it's only a week, but if you could please get with city staff and talk about that and come back to our bond workshop on August 11th. I would really like to hear from you on that issue.
Yes, sir.
Councilwoman Sherwood.
I'm just pleased with the work that you guys are doing, and I just kind of want to congratulate you on the reduction of crime and the clearance of cases and things of that nature, but particularly a sexual assault where one of my clients was victimized, and you guys handled that in less than 10 hours. I just want to say thank you publicly. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate the work that you're doing, and I also appreciate, apprehending criminals quickly, particularly in Ward 3. Thank you so much.
We have some good people. I'll pass it on. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Just a few
City
comments,
Manager.
Mayor. This 1.1 million for the Axon contract. Now, I want council to be clear with council, that's gonna be a recurring multi-year contract. It's taking some things we already have and bundling them. For the first year, it's pretty much a wash, but it's committing us for how many years?
10.
10
Total.
years period to do that. So make sure that that's clear, that that's gonna be a 10-year commitment of 1.1 million.
Well, it would increase in subsequent years. This year it
Well,
would stay the
minimum
same.
of 1.1. Okay, just to make sure that that's a multi-year contract. Also, everything that you see proposed on the screen is included in these numbers in this budget. So with the real-time crime center, everything on the screen is in this proposed budget. You know, when I came here, two of the things I heard most was school district needed improvement and we had a crime issue. And I'm going to commit myself to do everything we can to work with the crime issue. We might not control the other part of it, but we can there. So my goal has been to give our department the resources that they need to be able to work with and things to get that done. So that's what we want to do. So I just wanted to make sure that that's talked about and that everything's in here is included in the budget.
Councilman Turner.
My bad. One more thing. Also, I know some things were in discussion, and I know y'all don't have it in the budget right now, but like y'all are honestly really doing a great job popping up at the parks and even the McDonald's thing. I had a family member who had a cousin in there, and like it was a great experience because they actually got to interact with law enforcement. So I'm loving that, but now people are asking for more. Like, so, like the PAL League that used to happen back in the day, I'm not, it doesn't even have to be on a large scale, but even if it was just something with our facilities, little practice jerseys, just some of those kids who aren't on those traveling teams, just getting to interact with y'all in that particular community, just in a positive environment, it helped me. I grew up off of the Hellbig area, and I remember being picked up by, I think it was Officer Knipple. He would come pick us all up, and we would practice and we'd play ball, and that still resonates in my head from when I was little. So, you know, that's just something some people have been kind of talking about. I don't know if it could be kicked around, but if we can see if we can do anything, even on a real small level, don't have to be huge, I think people will be appreciative of it. Y'all are doing a good job in the community, but now people, they kind of getting really, they asking for more. So I think y'all done a good job.
Sure. Thanks.
Well, and Chief, I just want to applaud you, and I certainly am hoping that we can continue to push out through our communication department and through y'all the significant reduction in crime. And despite what people read on social media, and I just, I have to go there because sometimes people say, well, crime's worse. Crime is not worse. I mean, we have all the stats that are used in every city across America in order to do that. So it's not stats we create in the way to create those. It is the way that it is promulgated to do that. And there has been significant reductions, and I applaud your leadership and certainly applaud the department because it is making a significant difference in this community. So thank you for all your work and using all these resources so effectively and stretching your manpower the way you do.
Sure.
All right. So
Next will be Public Works, Director of Public Works,
Next.
Sorry.
Not Public Works, but we'll have to do today.
Mr. City Manager, are you okay?
I'm fine.
Good afternoon, council, city manager, and various city staff, city attorney, everything. We're here to present our proposed budget. Next slide. And a supplemental, we're asking for the EKG defibrillators, the LP35s, which you subsequently approved yesterday on that. And those are trying to lock in the price because we're looking at a 5 to 10% increase per year. We're currently in negotiations with them, trying to lock in those prices so we get those prices locked in. You're looking at a cost of about $63,000 a piece. So if we can get those on some type of contract and prevent that inflationary cost, that's what we're looking at. Again, it's the latest technology in our defibrillators, which we're able to transmit what we call the strips to the hospital ahead of time when we have those strokes and heart attack patients. The Stryker Pro stretchers have significantly decreased our injuries as far as back injuries, strains, and sprains, and they come in at a cost of $38,000 each, and that is an entire assembly, essentially the stretcher for our med units. And they have a approximate 10-year lifespan. The 3 Chevy Tahoes and Councilman Crenshaw, we do utilize Explorers also for our various jobs. But what we request the Tahoes because for our district chiefs and EMS supervisors carry significant amount of equipment in the Tahoes. The Explorers just don't work for that. But we do utilize Explorers in our inspection division. In fact, I drive an Explorer, also trying to downsize and limit our cost on that. 3 EMS units, and I'm proud to say that this week, with the help of Fleet, we were able to acquire 3 EMS units from the budget year 2024, and we'll be putting those in service. And we're requesting 3 more EMS boxes, trying to replace and update our fleet. Our fleet is a little bit tired. They've got a lot of miles and a lot of idle hours on them and everything. So we're constantly looking to upgrade our fleet as far as med units also. You're looking at 1 fire pumper at a cost of about $1.2 million. This helps with our replacement program on our pumpers. We're getting about 20 years frontline on a pumper and another 3 to 5 years on reserve. So that money is well spent when it comes as far as fire pumpers goes. And of course, we've also talked about fire station number 4 in the CIP. That station is a 1954 and it's inadequate. Of course, because of the size that we need, it probably won't be built at that same location. But with the help of Kenny Smith, our facilities deal, we've identified a potential of 3 different locations within that district. It will not be going from that district at all because that is the West End Fire Station. And something else that Angie may talk about this, I'm not sure IT, but we're requesting 14 cradle points for our fire engines, for our computers. We're having trouble with the cradle points and they're losing connection. So hopefully we'll approve for 14 cradle points for our engines at a cost of $19,000. The other thing that you're not seeing up here is a request from the fire marshal's office for 3 LP cameras at a cost of $65,000. As you've well understood, we're charged with assisting building codes and the gaming ordinance enforcer with gaming, but we don't know how that's going to turn out. But we are requesting that for LP readers with enforcement of a gaming ordinance. Next slide, please. This is our normal everyday resource, what we staff every day. 8 frontline licensed med units through DISH, staffed by 2 certified EMS, emergency management, regular basis, and we need 16 daily personnel to man our med units. That includes a shift commander, which is what we call our 501 supervisor, a deputy shift commander, and what we call a Fox unit on the medical side. On the fire side, 12 frontline engines staffed by a minimum 3 firefighters, a deputy chief per day, 3 districts, and an air support unit. That also includes 2 aerials that we're running also every day. One of the things that Max and Chief Singler has been instrumental in is that if the council members that came over to us, and if you've been in neighborhood association, we have demonstrated the Good Sam app and the Right Site. Also, the Good Sam app will include 2 EMS clinical navigators. And what the Good Sam app involves is that when they call 911, if it's a low acuity call, that clinical navigator can help with seeing them on the camera and assessing their needs there. The Right Site, which we have already launched 2 months ago, since May 28, we're looking at about 120 calls that have been diverted to the Right Site deal. About 31, 32 from dispatch, so a total of about 150 calls diverted to Right Site, with the reduction in transport to the emergency room of about 85% from dispatch and about 85% from the field and about 77% from dispatch. That is a direct reduction in people that are going to the emergency room. So not only do they benefit, but the emergency room is benefiting from that, and our resources are better used for what those high acuity calls. And I want to stress that these are for our low acuity calls, the Good Sam app and the Right Site. Next slide, please. And I'm going to let Max take this one. This is our, as you can see, our increase in medical calls for service.
Thank you, Chief, Mayor, City Council, Administration. The call volume since, like I said, going back into about 2016, averages about 12,000 calls, but steadily about 2016 has gone up steadily. We're pretty much going into 2025, somewhat plateaued out, probably in the range of about 20,500 on average, if you're looking out through other years. So that's what we are expecting at the end of this year. And we'll probably, I'm projecting that we'll maintain that standard. However, what's different is the type of calls has increased in respect to the criticality of those patients needing those extended services. Right Side helps mitigate some of that, but also our medics to be trained in that high level to deal with the high acuity of those patients that we are anticipating. So if you look at the numbers there, it's pretty much plateau out, like I say, about 20,000 or 500. All right.
Next slide. And this is on the fire side. As you can see, we've had an increase in our fire calls since 2023. We're trying to mitigate those calls with fire prevention, inspection practices, and things like that. So we're averaging, though, in addition to the 20,000 med calls, we're looking at about 13,000 calls this year on the fire side. Now, those are various calls that can include lift assist or installing a smoke detector, but it could be a hazmat call, a dive incident, or actual structure or commercial fire. And I think that is the end. Do we have any questions?
Chief, you did such a thorough job, but at this point, only Councilman Turner has
Councilman Turner? I couldn't have anticipated that.
Me neither.
Only me. Oh, well. All right, you only got one chance to get it.
Yes.
I noticed with the 8 frontliners with the emergency calls, what I'm seeing is a lot of people get hung up at the hospital once they get the patient there, and what's happening is it'll hang up the ambulance and won't let them out because they stuck there doing that. Is there any way that kind of some form of coordination has took place to kind of help alleviate that?
Yes, Max is constantly in contact with the charge nurse, trying to get those med units back on the street. But we've seen that, remember I said 85% reduction to the emergency room on the low acuity calls. So that means that they're not going to the emergency room. In fact, Right Side has been able to divert a large percentage of those calls to standalone medical clinics like urgent care, exceptional care, and providing transportation for them through Lyft or Uber. Also has been instrumental in delivering both over-the-counter and prescription drugs to their home if they're not able to go get it. So between the Good Sam app and Right Side, we're going to see some significant benefits down the line, and maybe even look, if the numbers bear it out, maybe look at reducing the number of frontline med units.
Well, you just answered my second question, because that would address one of my concerns.
That is
so thank
always
you.
our
Yeah.
goal,
Okay.
is that how do we decrease our overall operational cost?
Okay, thank you.
Well, I know, Chief, just in the last 2 years, the number of efficiencies y'all have instituted and using the newer technology to provide better service to our residents, but also increase efficiency and stretches our dollars in the fire department. And I know that's a real who move my cheese deal, because everybody's having to do something different.
Yes.
But it's in the long haul, and even 120 calls just in a little over 2 months. Those are big numbers.
Those are really, really big numbers. And in addition to Councilman Turner's question, we use what we call an EPOT also on those high volume days like holidays and things like that. And EPOT essentially means we put a paramedic at the emergency room, and they're able to care for 3 patients, up to 3 patients, and that in turn releases that med unit for priority calls.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Max.
Thank you.
Now we'll see what's next.
I would ask staff to watch the screen, and when yours come up, just step up to the mic, please.
That works. It's good to have you back up here, Molly.
Glad to be back. Full disclosure, I did get a text ahead of time telling me I was next. Oh, hang on, Chief.
Did I get a call?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, again. Molly Villarreal, Public Works Director. And so I'm going to really be touching, on the most part, on the achievements. I've got a pretty broad span of divisions that I work through. Some are funded through the general fund, some are funded through the water fund. And so with that, we will kick off with our fleet division. Inflation, of course, continues to be a challenge and impacting our pricing for parts and repairs. Delivery lead times also do continue to impact the receipt of equipment, like that pumper truck that Chief just referred to, or these ambulances that we've ordered. You know, those were from fiscal year *24. Yeah, it's ever since COVID, these lead times have just continued to stretch and not really started to see them recover yet. You'll see that as well on equipment delivery on some of our other projects that I'll get into. But for fiscal year *25 to date, our fleet division, which consists of 36 employees with an average budget of about $11.1 million, have completed almost 6,600 work orders, have dispensed over 710,000 gallons of fuel for the equipment, and have preventative maintenance operations, which is all of our staff's favorite notice to get, that you've got to bring your equipment in for PM. Almost 1,200 of those operations have taken place. So far, we've received over $3 million in parts. We've issued out 46 new units. Received means that we have taken delivery on them and then issued them out to go out into the field. Some of them take a while to finish through the receiving process before they are issued out. So there's a whole process involved with that. Individual parts, over 20,000 individual parts have been issued. And the overhead cover for the outside heavy work has been installed, and especially in our fluctuating weather conditions, having that cover is definitely a benefit to our fleet operations. So for upcoming for FY20, and all of these targets really do track with last year's for fiscal year 24. So we are doing very well. Our general fund, we have lease renewals plus 31 vehicle equipment purchases budgeted. And then in the water fund, we have our lease renewals plus 18 vehicles that are budgeted as well. So Jeff is one of the lucky ones that gets to touch every department in our city operations. So we have next is our airport. So the airport averages about $1.1 million per year, a budget with 5 employees. Our monthly average of arrivals and landings per month has increased this year from 2024. So we're averaging per month about 274 arrivals and landings. Highlights of 2025, we hosted the Municipal Airport Family Fly-In on April the 5th, and about 1,000 individuals attended and were able to enjoy that event. And there's a capture of the advertisement. And recently, y'all may have heard the commotion in the air. We serviced 8 Chinooks and 10 Apache helicopters that from the military. They arrived from Colorado. They land at our airport. We're able to refuel them, help them with any servicing that they need for those helicopters. Then they fly from the airport to the port of Beaumont, where they will board ship and then travel overseas for their military operations. And then at the appropriate time, they will filter back through and the process will reverse. And being able to provide that service to them really does help increase the efficiency and help support the port in being that #1 port in military cargo. Our next slide is our traffic management unit, and our 16 employees and also budget an average of about $2.1 million per year. Highlights so far from fiscal year 25, the upgrade of the decorative acorn lights to LED has been completed. So over 1,000 decorative light poles were upgraded to LED in the downtown area. How can you tell if you're just looking at these lights? Is it an LED light or not, especially in the daytime? The LED lights have a little black finial on top, and the fixture is a little bit larger, so that's how you can tell in the daytime. At night, of course, they shine brighter. But that really has improved the visibility of our downtown area. So we're thankful to Entergy for working with us through that process. Our fiscal year 2025 adaptive signaling project. So I know that our council members and our offices as well get a lot of questions about why can't we time these signals? Why can't we make it respond to the traffic flow? And it is a process. It's a program. We do have several of our signals that do have a little camera system on there to signal it when it's time to change. But we are working on installing a more technologically advanced system where it is going to adapt to the traffic flow for an entire stretch of our major arterial roads. So our 4th Street project runs from Calder to Cardinal Drive, and then our Gladys Street project from Central to Edson. That was phase 1, and we have, I believe we have completed that one, and Terry will point out to me if I'm speaking incorrectly. We're currently working on the installation of the adaptive signaling next in our phase 2 for the entirety of Washington Boulevard, Lucas Drive, so that's East Lucas and West Lucas, and Calder Avenue. So it is in process. We're working on installation. A lot of these projects are funded through TxDOT, and managed also through TxDOT. And after yesterday's presentation, sometimes that takes some time. So we work through sometimes some generations of equipment to get this system installed to where it needs to be. But these are currently in process. In addition, the Port of Beaumont is installing 2 new signals on Pennsylvania to accommodate their increased truck traffic entering and leaving the port. So these are on Emmett and at Blanchette. And this is to facilitate their 2 new parking lot projects, truck staging areas, to allow these trucks to safely stage and enter the port, again, to help increase the port's efficiency to load their cargo. We are still working on the decorative underpass lighting. This was a project that we started in late 2024 to install the decorative lighting on MLK at East Virginia Underpass. We had a proposed design, presented it to TxDOT and Lamar University, only to find out that TxDOT does not allow us to use red, green, or yellow lights. Lamar is red. So we are going back to the drawing board to redesign. It's actually going to be a more straightforward design, but it is currently under redesign with Lamar University's input. And so once we have that design prepared, we will present it back also to Lamar University. It's more decorative uplighting instead of those colored LEDs, the multicolor LEDs that they were really, that TxDOT was opposed to.
Sorry, Roy. I gotta interrupt.
Get in there.
Mr. Manager, can at least 2 of the council members go next time? The mayor or somebody, can we go next time we deal with TxDOT on these type of things? This is exactly what we were talking about yesterday, and we're hearing this on the day, and this project's been going for almost 3 years. And something that simple, you can go to San Antonio or anywhere else, and you see it done. So to say it can't be done here is ridiculous.
Right. Yeah, in McAllen, I've lived there for
Yeah.
2 years, and their underpasses had all different colors all the time.
Absolutely not. I will, if mayor's
What
okay
color
with
did they
it.
pick?
Yeah.
Anything but red, green, and yellow. That cannot be traffic signal light colors. Well, yeah. Who's?
What's
Well, we can revisit the conversation at our meeting at 4:30 today with
Well,
TxDOT.
yeah, we can talk about it because we have a meeting scheduled at 4:30 today, but I think it would be more productive if a couple of council members, we went specifically with the meeting for them to talk about a specific issue, rather than mixing it in with all
If we
this.
schedule it, can I volunteer and be there? The mayor's okay with that?
Councilmember Crenshaw might want to go too. For sure.
I do want to point out that when we discussed it with Lamar University system on Dowling Road, so that will be for the entirety of Dowling Road, which help with the flow of traffic there. Also, as part of FY26, that could have some budgetary impact, but this is going to be part of the conversation. I don't know if we're going to talk about it today, but we do need to continue this. TxDOT reached out to us. It is time to renew our mutual maintenance agreement, and we have been notified that they want to take over the maintenance and repair of the traffic signals that are on the feeder roads of controlled access highways. So that's your Cardinal Drive, East Tex Freeway, I-10. They would take over the ownership and maintenance. I have some questions. So we're not through with that conversation yet as we work through that process. I think currently they pay us to do that maintenance. And so, one of the conversations that I definitely want to have is responsiveness to when there is an issue with that. Also to our security cameras that the police department use that equipment is in those cabinets on those signals. What is that going to look like? Because if we're no longer going to be able to have access and maintenance to that. So that conversation is going to continue. But like I said, they pay us now, so that may be funding that if they take it over. And it's I think $21,000 a year impact on that. Also through traffic management is the street lighting. So there is we pay about $2.1 to $2.2 million per year to Entergy for our street lights. It was pointed out to me that we have more than 12,000 streetlights across the city of Beaumont, and Entergy wanted to let us know that they have repaired 1,700 streetlights this year in Beaumont. That is in addition to the Acorn lighting upgrades. So we are constantly working with them to improve the lighting in Beaumont. Most everything that we're doing is upgrading to LEDs. They are brighter and they're LEDs, so they should last longer. But the fixtures are a little bit more expensive, and the rates that we pay for them are also slightly more expensive, like 40 cents per month per fixture difference for the LEDs. So are there any more questions about traffic?
Councilman Crenshaw?
Why did the lights on Delaware flicker like strobes for the last year?
I keep turning that in as well. I have not gotten a good answer on that.
That's energy?
Yes.
Entergy,
All
yes.
street lights are energy.
Text them right now. Okay.
Yes,
So we'll
yes.
call
Yeah.
Paul and find out what's going on.
Yeah.
It's going on for a year, and I think it's a safety issue because you're driving home at night. It
And it's
kinda
like you're
makes it
still at
hard
the
to
club.
see because you're kind of yeah.
Still where?
Sorry.
Holly, I didn't know you went to the club.
Moving on to streets and drains.
One more question. What's up with the new traffic lights that you can't see till you're underneath them?
So was that you? No. So they are not new. So they have, we have a series of them across the city, and really what it is a safety measure. And so we have they have a name, the louvered signal visors. And so it is to prevent you when you're at the stop bar, your signal is here and it's not necessarily at your line of sight, but the next signal, which may be 200 to 300 feet away, that is in your line of sight. That light changes. This one hasn't yet. You go and then you get T-boned. And so there's been a history of accidents. Also, too, if that one's green, this one's green. Green means go, drivers go fast. Speeding, as was mentioned, is also a significant risk for driver safety. Them not knowing what color the light is once they get up close to it, they have to slow down. To see what color that is and then be able to continue through it. And it's really just to slow that traffic down. The one that sticks out in my mind the most is College eastbound at MLK. There's a high volume of accidents that have happened in that intersection. Unfortunately, there have been fatalities at that intersection. Whether or not those signals were directly correlated to that, but anytime you risk jumping out into traffic at the wrong time, a collision is always best avoided, and that is the purpose of those.
I hear that, but I guess maybe we just aren't used to these locally. And so people go under the underpass and they don't see the light and they slam on the brakes.
Yeah.
And then the people behind them hit them and they're like, it was green, why did you slam on the brakes? And they say, well, I couldn't see the light. And so I get what you're saying, that it's supposed to be safer, but it's kind of like red light cameras. We were sold on that those are supposed to be safer, and thank God we never did them in Beaumont. But I lived in cities where they did them, and we were sold on safety, and people would see the sign that said red light camera, and they would slam on their brakes, and it would cause rear end collisions.
True.
So anyway, they decided safety didn't make sense, and they decided to start pulling those out. And you very rarely see them in Texas anymore. But are we sure that these lights you can't see till you're right under them are really the best idea?
We've seen improvements. We've seen reductions in the speeding complaints, and because we also work in coordination with our police traffic unit, who will also go out and measure and patrol these areas. So they have seen a measurable decrease in the speeding.
I have seen the police like them. Yeah.
Yes, and and the reduction in the number of collisions. If they are unwarranted, we don't put them out on purpose. You know, we don't go out intending to set them. Usually when they show up, that's because they were warranted.
Okay.
That there was a history of issues with that intersection. You know, we can go back and revisit, we can
Could
evaluate
our
those.
city communications maybe provide a list of intersections that have them? So that, you know, people just kind of be more aware and realize when they're going to those intersections that their first reaction, if they've never experienced that before, is not to slam on their brakes. Just kind of a heads up. I remember there was a news article about it. I don't remember which news station did one, but the comments on it overall were not the best for the city.
They were not positive.
No, they were not. And I got some calls, you know, everyone wants to call me for some reason. And, I didn't really have a great answer other than, I think I might even have blamed TxDOT. And now I guess I should have blamed you.
Okay. I don't mind you blaming them. But no, we will create that list. It's not very many. I believe, Terry can correct me, but I believe it's 10 or less. And they're always in locations where you have two signals very close to each other. There's Terry.
Delaware has one. Well, the signals are very close to each other. When you're coming down Delaware, going under the freeway, going to 11th Street, sometimes if you don't time that thing just right, the feeder road traffic is coming really fast.
I don't mean to blame the Louvered MLK and Franklin is TxDOT.
I can just tell by the look on your face.
The other location is Washington 11th, and that was stemmed from the railroad when they redid that intersection. They wanted those there. The one that we put up was at 23rd and Calder. And that was due primarily to the massive amount of traffic for Harmony. We're backing up in that intersection, and they were coming across 23rd, and it just helped slow that traffic down.
Okay. And Harmony is an issue because I think I have to meet with someone. Okay. So that's TxDOT and the railroads. Great.
Pardon me, this is Terry LaFleur. He's our traffic manager.
Great.
Thank you, Terry. I think Councilman Durio had a question.
Yeah, let's see if I can remember what it was. So on the adaptive lighting.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any plans for other streets like 11th Street? Adaptive signal, I mean.
Yes, sir. We petitioned TxDOT heavily as we were working through the design phase of the I-10 interchanges project, because we anticipated that with the closures of I-10, the closures on the feeder road, traffic is naturally going to dump onto 11th Street, and that would be the alternate corridor to get from one end to the other. And we asked, and they were not receptive to that at all. We are still very interested in getting it installed on 11th Street. I just don't have a time frame for that yet.
Okay.
Most of these have been funded through grants from TxDOT, and I can see if we are considering it for a future grant cycle. But I know that we've hit all three phases so far, and I think we're just waiting for the next notice of funding opportunity to apply for the next batch of roads.
And I was also thinking about, well, I'm glad because we just got a complaint this week about 4th and Sarah. You said you're doing 4th Street all the way to Cardinal Drive, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but also at Fournette and where Fournette, Sarah, and 11th Street meet.
Yes.
And there's a lot of traffic going that way now because of the Interstate 10. I mean, a lot of folks go straight down Fournette Road shoot all the way to Major Drive before they get on the interstate in the afternoon when they're getting off of work and stuff. But I was thinking, I was mainly talking about where Fournette, Sarah, and 11th Street meet.
I believe that we were evaluating that intersection because it is so awkward, and we can look to see what the result of that study is.
Okay. And can I ask you one more question?
Yes, sir.
It's not about traffic, but I missed it when you talked about it. I want to know how much money does the airport actually bring in?
That I used to have that number. Chris is going to look.
I thought it said 900,000 and we came in under budget by like 150, didn't we?
Yes, sir. We're projecting 967,000 at the start of the year, and we're projecting for the FY 2025 ending, $852,700 in airport revenue. And they do have a fund balance as well.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Is that it?
For
Other thought?
traffic, I think we're ready for streets and drainage.
All right.
Okay,
One more for traffic,
what you got?
Washington Finette, I have a lot of seniors, Roy, you was in this neighborhood association meeting recently. They get to the light to turn and there's no like left turn signal. You can go left on green, but traffic is oncoming, there's no left turn signal. And a lot of those folks in that meeting were having a hard time turning out, getting, because there's a lot of seniors live in that area.
Was it Washington and Finette or what, or right there at 11th and Finette?
11th and Finette and Washington Finette, it was both of them they
Looks like
asked
that
about.
at 11th and Finette.
Yeah, they just want to be able to turn out safely because they anticipate they turn out and some of them been hit because they take too long to beat the oncoming traffic.
Okay. I know that we were studying the one on 11th, and let me see what the results of that. I know that I think we've got about 37 active studies. Yes, sir. So we'll look into it and get that information back to you. Okay, streets and drainage. Now that I've made all my notes on the wrong page. Okay. Streets and drainage. So for fiscal year 25, we have swept over 3,000 roadway miles. We've performed 123 curb repairs and 64 cavity repairs. These are numbers to date for this fiscal year. We have done 174 asphalt patching jobs and addressed 3,400 potholes. So that, and always we have a live map on the city's website to show where our pothole complaints for the last 30 days are. And so you can keep up with your work requests once you turn it in through the 311 app. We've continued to perform numerous concrete panel repairs, pipe flushing jobs, in addition to working with working through various heavy rain events like Mother Nature has decided to bless us with here recently. Upcoming highlights and our next steps is, of course, to continue to support the in-house asphalt rehab program with roadway and parking lot improvements. Key projects of note is the renovation of the AT&T building's parking lot. It needed attention after the demolition of the building. And now with the attention that they gave to it, we're able to utilize that for our patrons of our downtown facilities to have a safe place to park their vehicles. They recently constructed a concrete driveway within the Pine Street Water Treatment Plant. There's a building in the plant facility that needed access, and our streets and drainage crew stepped up and did a wonderful job facilitating that effort, as well as grading and paving a portion of Miller Street, which connects to Magnolia. It's a very, very short road that had been neglected, and they actually regraded the actual alignment of the road itself so that it would drain better, and then they were able to repave it. A new development is a new vacuum truck that will enhance roadway cleaning and maintenance effort. It's a big shop vac, but it does a wonderful job of keeping these inlets and gutters free of debris that could potentially block our drains. And our summer operations are going to continue to focus on the concrete joint sealing, concrete repairs, and expanding our asphalt paving. We're coming into now our real work season. But our streets and drainage team is 59 employees. We so far are projecting a reduction in our budget for FY25 Mother Nature has been kind to us. I don't want to make her mad. So that is good if this weather pattern continues for us. But of course, so many of these divisions are weather dependent. So are there any questions? Yes, sir.
Our underpasses that have been flooding in the last couple of months, is that because the pumps are not working or these underpasses don't have pumps?
Depends on the incident and depends on the different issues. So all of the pumps are functioning. We test them weekly to make sure that they are functioning. We also have alarms on them that will notify us if we have a power loss or if we are in what we call high well. So we get our alarm of high well before you actually start seeing flooding in the roadway. And also, part of the issue is the pumps may be functioning fine. They have trash baskets inside them. One of the projects that is currently under construction is at East Virginia Underpass by Lamar University. That one and East Lavaca, they're kind of twin stations, and their trash baskets need to be restored. And so we have a local contractor who is performing that work. And so just like at any other pump, if the water we can only pump what comes to us.
So what about right here, coming to downtown, coming down Park?
Park in Orleans is, sometimes has, I was just bragging on Entergy, but we do have power issues at that one, and we have power issues
So
at
you're saying
Irving
we
Street.
have a pump, but the pump doesn't have power, so that's why it floods every time
Sometimes,
it
yeah.
rains just a little bit.
It's not unusual for those two stations to lose power, just because there was the wrong color rain cloud that was flying over the top of it. Moody, I think they're kind of moody. But also too, we struggle with, that is a very large opening on the Park in Orleans underpass. And one of the things that we're proposing to do with our upcoming program for fiscal year 26 is to conduct a facility assessment of all of our stations. Make sure that what we think we know is what we know.
All of our underpass pump stations?
Yes, sir.
All right. And I'm going to interrupt right now. We're going to have to move faster. We've got 16 more and we've got a vendor. So we're going to put 16 more. And we're going to go to 3 minutes. And then I'm going to suggest that we write questions. And I'm going to ask that if we can get these slides sent to council and that we can direct questions through the city manager's office for these, and we can always have a work session on a special item. But if we're going to get through these 16, and we have a vendor here today for this that we need to get to, and I know there's meetings this afternoon. So, and I know you have 3 more slides. So let's.
Okay, 1 minute per slide. Here we go. So, no. For my next, I still have 3 left. So, so we'll move to our Public Works Engineering, our next slide. And so there we have a list of projects that we have either completed or begun for fiscal year 25. And they, of course, include the Riverfront Park Restoration Project, continuing work on the West Lucas Subsurface Void Repair Project, which the contractor just emailed us a few minutes ago to say that they think that they're complete. So now we have to corroborate that. But that's where that East Virginia Pump Station Trash Collector Reconstruction Project is detailed. Upcoming for fiscal year 26 is our proposed projects that we will either begin or wrap up. So if you have any questions about those, please feel free to send us an email. Our next slide is for water production. We have 17 employees there with the estimated pumping of, so for calendar year 2024, we pumped 9.27 billion gallons from the Nature's River and our groundwater for water production. So far this year, we've pumped 5.1 billion gallons of water to produce that to send out to the city. We're continuing work on many projects to maintain operation and resiliency of our water production system. And there we have a list of proposed projects for FY26. I do want to point out, though, that the implementation of our chlorine dioxide treatment process, which is scheduled to come online at the end of this calendar year, that is a major step forward to the removal of the iron and manganese in our surface water to reduce in the future the number of discolored water calls. So that project is still ongoing. Goes back to my long lead time. That's what's taken us the longest, is the delivery of the equipment. And for my next slide, water utility engineering. We have completed several projects, mostly related to sanitary sewer, in addition to replacing the water line on Gladys Avenue. And for fiscal year 2026, we have some important projects that will begin with a major water line, new water line, and rehab of the 23rd Street sewer trunk line, as well as completion of other major water and wastewater projects. So hopefully that was less than 3 minutes. Did y'all have any questions? Okay.
So we are turning on the 3-minute timer, and we're going to try to follow it so that we.
All right, got you. I'm gonna stay on top of it.
All right.
Kenny Smith, Director of Facility Maintenance. I got my Operations Manager, Jimmy Bevilacqua, in the audience. You can move to the next slide. Facility maintenance, we manage the maintenance, repair, renovations, and construction of all city facilities, including assets, which include HVAC equipment, generators, pavilions, as well as fencing. We got about 20 full-time employees that work for our department. And we try to collaborate across all departments. If you're in the building, we pretty much collaborate with you. Next slide. All right, so these are some of our key highlights from FY '25. It's the municipal court redundant chiller installation. We're working on that currently. Interior paint of Alice Keefe, John Paul Davis, Rogers Park Community Center. We got those done this year. The reunification of the George O'Brien Miller statue with the pedestal at the Southeast Art Museum. We just finished that up this week. We did repairs to Magnolia Pool to ensure that it was open this year for summer programming. And then also the repurposing of the Maury Myers Bridge light poles for additional lighting at the Botanical Gardens. So those are some of our highlights for '25. We'll move to the next slide. All right, so these are some of our budget supplemental requests for this year, starting with Jefferson Theater, West Wall, Tuck Point. That's one of our projects. We've done 3 walls thus far. The west wall will be the last one, making sure this building is completely sealed from water intrusion. Next would be a new generator at Fire Station 5. The current generator is end of life, no longer working, so we'll be replacing that. Replacement of the underground chill water line from Main Library to Julie Rogers. That'll be another one of our projects for this year that we're asking for. And then a personnel request for a plumber position. We currently don't have a plumber position, so we're requesting that this year. And this is just a breakdown of our operational budget. If you see our budget, it looks like it's a pretty big budget of almost $9 million. The majority of that budget is building operations, which is basically the utilities of each building that makes it function as day-to-day function, which includes electricity, gas, water and sewer, telephone communications, as well as utilities, which is and also property insurance. So that's probably the major item that you see up under here. And shout out to risk for actually getting the property insurance to come down. It looks like in FY '24, it was a little bit over $3 million, and now estimated for this year is down to like $1.6 million. So it looks like that's like a 48% decrease. So that's pretty much the difference in our budget from FY '24 to our proposed budget in FY '26 major is because of the decrease in property insurance. And that's all that I have. Any questions?
There's no decrease in property insurance. We allocated across multiple funds, so the savings is in the general fund. Property insurance cost stays the same for the city, but now the water department pays a portion of the property insurance, solid waste pays a portion. So each fund is responsible for their portion of the property insurance premium, and we're not charging it all to the general fund. So it's a savings to the general fund, but overall it's the same.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Of course, I'm Kenneth Forget, Director of Parks and Green Space Management. I'm just going to go through a little bit about what we do in our department. Of course, we take care of the grounds maintenance, highway maintenance, and parks operations. They're basically three separate budgets that we have, all in one. Next slide. A little bit about ground maintenance. We maintain the landscapes around city-owned buildings such as the Julia Rogers Theater, City Hall, which you can see outside, Civic Center. We maintain landscapes of areas that we call plazas or color beds around the city. A good example is over on Calder, across from the CVB and St. Mark's Episcopal Church. That particular division maintains about 75 sites throughout the city. Highway maintenance. Crews maintain the grass, trees, and shrubbery along highways I-10 and 69. They also collect the litter along the highway, about an average of 700 cubic feet a month. Park operations, maintain the 36 city parks. That also includes the pools and splash pads. 7 days a week, they clean restrooms and collect litter throughout the parks, about 500 cubic feet a month. We also maintain the grass along the right-of-ways, and we mow the 4-foot or deeper ditches throughout the city as well. A couple of highlights for 2025. We planted 425 trees, 300 were planted in Terrell Park. We have about another 150 we'll plant later this fall. Continued beautification throughout the city, and of course, we adopted the Parks Master Plan. Goals for 2026, of course, try to start implementing as much as we can of our Parks Master Plan and improve the amount and pace of mowing throughout the city with acquisition of a new slope mower with a 25-inch boom. That's what we use to mow our 4-foot or more ditches, as well as cutting back any wood that protrudes into the roadways. And that new equipment will basically just help us not only with the time that it takes us to answer those 311 calls that we get often, but it also will help us with the beautification around the city, which is part of our big goal. And that's just a picture of the tractor. Any questions?
You got 30 seconds. Can I ask just one? Since it's got 30 seconds. TxDOT, I know we maintain the size of the freeway, which is TxDOT, and TxDOT basically pays the city an amount of money to maintain it. How much more do we spend than what they give us?
Actually, we don't get any supplemental income from TxDOT anymore.
Wow.
But the highway department, I think it's, Duncan can probably look, I think it's about $1 million. That's a little over $1 million that's shared for the highway.
I think they've discontinued it because of the work too right now.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, but.
It's been over a year. Yeah. They've discontinued the payment.
Yeah, I know last year they did. That's why I wanted to ask if it was still going on and what was the difference. But that's something we definitely need to discuss further and look into.
I think there is a further discussion on that with him.
Yeah.
Any more?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, 3 minutes will be easy. If I were a little faster, I would have been here quicker. So, next slide, please. Just do a quick rundown kind of our divisions. We've got community centers, recreation division, obviously, golf course, tennis center, and lakeside center. So this, oh, I'm on the wrong page. So this just gives you, these are some of the notable things that we did during the year. Completed the drainage study for Henry Humber Golf Course, which you guys have heard us talk about quite a bit. The good thing about that is that, again, like we mentioned earlier this week in one of our meetings, that the discussion about the golf course is good. The fact that people are talking about it, people are aware that we need to do some work. I think all that talk is a good thing. Lakeside Center, we're averaging over 5,500 patrons per month. Last year we were about 5,000, so we're doing better, obviously. The tennis center pickleball it's going crazy. It's out of control. You guys all know it. You've heard me talk about it for years. Athletic complex, the volleyball courts, if you go by there during the week, they are being played on constantly. The lights are on till about 10 o'clock at night during the week, and there's leagues out there. We don't run them. Other people do. That's perfectly fine. As long as people are using the facilities, we're happy. And the last thing I'll note is the Labor Day tennis tournament, which again, we don't run it, said it does. But they got an upgraded rating. So that means that you're going to get better players, more eyeballs on it, and they're going to get to see our facility, which is always a good thing. And as of this morning, and Duncan can tell me if maybe I'm wrong about this, I think we were approved for half a dozen golf carts for the budget. Amy snuck that in at about 7 a.m. on an email. So the finance department works 24 hours a day. It's unbelievable. So hopefully that is true, and that's a step in the right direction for us. And that's all I've got. There's really no notable changes to our budget.
The golf carts are correct, $53,500 allocated to recreation for new golf courts, 6 total.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Reggett was correct, we spent $932,000 on highway maintenance. I believe the reimbursement was $120,000.
Timing now.
Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Chris Boone, Assistant City Manager. I'm kind of pinch hitting here for Stacy Lewis. Thank you. I've got Donald Falk here with me. Sterling Pruitt Activity Center, just to keep things moving, we will be brief. I want to quickly give you the highlights of FY25. I think I'll start out by saying Sterling Pruitt celebrated its 30th anniversary this year, so that was exciting. In addition, Sterling Pruitt was established as a new division this year, so that also is exciting. To that end, what have we done this fiscal year so far? Continuation of long-standing programs such as group activities such as aerobics, Zumba, billiards, fitness room, games, aquatics, movies in the park and track club, continued growth of City Basketball League, new co-ed adult volleyball league, Straight Talk Symposium for boys. Let me just give you some quick, not annual, but just for the month of June, let me give you some quick numbers on that. Group activities, 449 folks participated in group activities. We saw 596 people take advantage of the fitness room. We had 87 participate in our youth summer camp. The aquatics, Magnolia Pool had 2,017. Alice Keith Pool had 1,548. Again, this is just for the month of June. And let me mention real quickly, shout out to Sterling Pruitt staff working with HR for keeping those pools open this year. They were very creative in terms of certifications and financial incentives to try to keep enough lifeguards, because having lifeguards is a nationwide issue for city pools. Another thing we did there, you'll see, is Straight Talk Symposium for boys. We had about 100 young men attend that. That was very successful. Looking forward to next year, continuing with this success. We're looking to expand that Straight Talk program to both girls and boys coming up. In addition, in terms of requests, we're looking to adjust some fees to make it more financially advantageous by offering multi-team discounts. We're looking to replace some of the fitness equipment, which is pretty much aged out. And then in terms of new recreational programs, subject to available resources, of course, we are looking at a new flag football for young players, a dance and cheer workshop program, and then finally, one I left off was a new art program. So a lot of great things happening at Sterling Pruitt, and hope to continue that trend. For any questions?
That's exciting. I got to step in on the Straight Talk, and there were a lot of kids there, and it was very productive.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very engaged.
Good stuff. All right, thank y'all.
Thank you.
All right, fast. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Angie Wright, Chief Technology Officer. I will be walking through our department's key functions, accomplishments, and proposed budget priorities for the upcoming year. Our department plays a critical role in supporting city operations through technology. We manage over 7,800 devices, 1,200 software applications, ensuring secure, efficient, and reliable services across all departments. We also maintain the city's telecommunications infrastructure and operate the 311 call center, which serves as a central hub for residents' service requests.
Our department goals for next year are policy revamping, cybersecurity, and AI. One of our major services areas is 311 call center. In fiscal year 25, we launched an AI chatbot project to enhance responsiveness. It will be going live to citizens within the next month. As you can see from the data, we've handled over 43,000 service calls through June, which projections reaching over 105,000 by year end. The top service requests include information inquiries, 811 locates, sewer stoppages, and water leaks. This data helps us prioritize system improvements and resource allocations. For telecommunications and technology services, we have a handful, which some of these will be duplicated on other departmental slides. But for the most part, we have IT conferences. We have $1.39 million for life cycle replacements of technology equipment across all departments. $76,640 for surveillance camera upgrades in solid waste, parks, events, and IT. $11,500 for expanding the AI chatbot to internal departments. $6,100 for cybersecurity data loss protection. $67,939 for hardware software upgrades in departments like police, fire, and legal. $50,100 to increase memory in our virtual server environment. $500,000 for phase 2 of the Itron meter repair project, and $55,800 for the traffic intersection camera project. I would like to note on the bottom one for the Axon contract rewrite, which we've already discussed with police, I meant to say $350,000 increase. So it's going to be at this, the number they gave earlier is the correct number, but that's going to be what the increase to the IT budget is. We're taking the cost from all of the other areas and combining it into one. So just didn't want that to be confusing. And then for fiscal year 25, I have 17 seconds. We had the Parks Camera Phase 2 that's complete. The Council Chambers video wall will be done by the end of the fiscal year. We're completed the Itron meter repairs Phase 1, and the Spectrum helped HD circuit upgrade for Channel 4. And notably, our Real-Time Crime Center received an Excellence Award and presented at the TAG ITM conference.
You have another, or is that it? That's it, perfect. Great job.
Good afternoon. So the Planning and Community Development Department's composed of the Planning Division, Code Enforcement Division, Building Codes, Housing, and also I oversee the city's municipal transit system. Highlights of fiscal year 25, we implemented the Downtown Proactive Code Enforcement Program, Vacant Building Registry, No Camping Ordinance, and zoning code amendments to streamline development. For Beaumont ZIP, which is the municipal transit system, we implemented the Veterans and Student Mobility Pass program. CDBG Housing was able to close 10 properties for first-time home buyers and also assist 30 homeowners with repair assistance. Demolition, we demolished 63 structures and have 352 in the pipeline. Code enforcement inspections is over 20,000 yield to date. Also, code enforcement compliance, we have spent about $841,000, and that's to abate litter, junk motor vehicles, weeds, those kinds of things. Permits issued in total up to this point is about 5,700. That's about a 600 increase from last year. So looking forward to fiscal year 26, we received a GLO grant that's going to fund the comprehensive plan update. So really excited about that. I'm also excited to introduce the general contractors registration program or propose it to you guys to benefit the community and also the developers. Also, something to look forward to is building code updates and increased code outreach. Another thing that I need to add on there is that Beaumont ZIP is looking into a advertisement program. This should be another source of, or another stream of resources for the municipal transit system to be able to fund things for the transit system, such as like benches, bus shelters, those kinds of things. And also lastly, we are getting or asking for an addition of a zoning technician to our planning division. This person will be essential to improving our planning operations and efficiency of the division and will increase customer service as we will be able to improve our response and development review times. I was able to decrease the budget for this year from last year by approximately $600,000. Thank you.
And thank you. 30 seconds to spare. You get a bonus. A time bonus, time bonus.
I'm taking her 30.
There you go.
I changed your slide back, Emily.
Say that again?
I changed your slides again.
Oh, that's a curveball. Okay. Hi. I'm Emily Wheeler with Event Services, and our goals are to create lasting memories for our community. Whether it's your wedding or graduation, favorite concert, being with your family at a city festival, my team works behind the scenes to lay the foundation for those memories. We oversee 5 venues for the city. In those venues, we host or produce 500 events. We also oversee the maintenance of those facilities, marketing, and in the event of a storm, shelters. And those of you that have met with me one-on-one know that when I say we host 500 events, that doesn't mean that our venues get rented 500 times. Those are just the actual event days. They get rented about 700 times to 720 times each year. We also oversee custodial operations for 250,000 square feet of additional facilities. And we produce or host 70 city events, 10 festivals, and additional partnerships as listed on the slide. Some highlights from this past year, we enhanced several of our events with the Christmas tree lighting. We added a drone show. 4th of July, we added some surround sound throughout the grounds. This was kind of a double-edged deal where we were trying to see if surround sound around the grounds would also help us in the event of an emergency for getting messaging out. And we raised over $60,000 in sponsorship revenue throughout the year. We upgraded our venues. We received a grant from Hancock Whitney through the McFadden Ward Trust for a new projector and screen at the Jefferson. We got a new sound system at the Julie Rogers Theater, reupholstered the furniture at the Julie, enhanced the Morton organ at this Jefferson, and then we finally got the Civic Center balcony railing reopened, and it is currently being used by our clients. And finally, we partnered with the Asian Fest, which took place last month, and when we played a significant role in this year's Mural Fest because it was hosted at the Civic Center. Next slide. Oh, you took it out again. Okay, that was the curveball. Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you, Mrs. Wheeler. CVB.
Good afternoon. Freddie Woolard, Executive Director for the Beaumont Convention and Visitors Bureau. The Beaumont CVB is the destination marketing organization for the city of Beaumont. We promote Beaumont as a tourist and meeting destination. Our 3 main goals are to ensure that tourism is a major contributor to the area's economic growth and prosperity, to create a more desirable and fulfilling community by enhancing the area's overall quality of life, and to foster a positive perception of Beaumont both nationally and regionally to showcase Beaumont as a thriving destination. Under the umbrella of the Beaumont CVB, we manage 4 buildings. Our main office is located at 505 Willow Street, where most of our employees are housed. We serve as a visitor center, and we feature a gift shop that brings in revenue for the city. We manage the Babes Areas Museum, Cattail Marsh Wetlands and Education Center, which is located in Terrell Park. It's probably one of the most visited and popular attractions in Beaumont. We feature educational programs, tours, and yoga classes in the nature every Saturday for the community. And we also manage Terrell Park Nature and Visitor Center, which has had about 18 visitors so far this year. It's becoming very popular because of their educational programs for the youth. It features pollinator gardens and a gift shop that brings in revenue as well. There is a total of 16 employees. The staff has been cross-trained to work at any location at any given time. We are supported by 2 very active volunteer programs that we manage, and they help in various areas. Some of our milestones I want to bring to your attention. We're on track to host 114 meetings and tournaments this year with the estimated economic impact of 9,973,363 days. Our highlights are listed up here, but I do want to bring to your attention that we did have a website redesign. So please go and take a look at it. There are interactive maps that you will want to look at, and it keeps you in the know about Beaumont, things to do, and how to speak friendly for Beaumont as well. We're recognized staff across the state of Texas through the Texas Association of Convention and Visitors Bureau, where we receive awards. And then locally, this year, we won 8 Press Club Awards, which is a local media event. And I do want to add that our staff has not had any accidents or any safety issues as well. Just a little plug there. Before we move on to the next slide, I want to touch upon how the CVB is funded.
What slides do you have?
Can we give Freddie some extra time? She has some.
I do need some extra time because we've had a request from one of the council members that our staff has done some extensive research on, and that is the collection of hot tax for short-term rentals. As I mentioned, our staff has done research as well as Demi's staff as well. Anytime that y'all are ready to move on with that, I've placed in my budget as a supplemental request for us to be able to use not only the company that is currently collecting hot tax for the city of Beaumont, but they can further collect from the short-term rentals, and that is about $30,000. So it is in my budget. Demi has made some amendments to Chapter 28 ordinance, and she's kind of rewritten some things for your review, and we're ready to move forward at any time that you are.
We can have that scheduled on our early meeting. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Something we're proposing to do, they're going to get us a program on how that might work and where it'd be enforceable. How much money it would generate versus how much it might cost.
Good afternoon. My name's Paul Eady. I am the library administrator for the City of Beaumont Libraries. You may know we are 5 facilities in one program with, when we're fully staffed, 56 staff members. Our budget this year did not increase. We did have some supplement applications, but those were denied. So I'm not going to go over any of those. I will go through highlights for 24-25. We circulated over 306,000 physical and e-resource items. We welcomed over 352,000 patrons, which was a 3.5% increase. We welcomed 726 literacy students with 900 hours of instruction and 6,409 combined visits. We facilitated 1,322 in-house programs with 61,000 in attendance, attended 99 outreach programs, and I know the 95,000 is a big number, but when you have 5,000 coming up to your booth and wanting your little airplane or your little sticker or whatever, we count all those. We created over 16,000 STEAM imagination kits for distribution to children and throughout the city. We hosted over 56,000 public internet computer uses, which was a 16% increase, hosted 61,844 Wi-Fi sessions, as you can see, total session time of 39,000 hours, which was a 23% increase. One of the highlights that we've done this year is we've added access to the Houston Public and Harris County e-content through our Overdrive platform. That added a total of about 700,000 titles that are available for your e-resource reading. We were awarded over 12,000 in grants, and we expanded our Bookshare libraries this year, our little libraries, which we're going to put one at Riverfront and at Rogers Park.
And we expanded a lot of our highly successful library of things, especially our backpacks and things like that. And just a list of some of our partners throughout the city. I think that's about it, isn't it? One more? Pictures. Some of our things. So that's all I had.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, there's a couple of seconds. I don't recall his supplement, so I'll revisit what they requested. We'll look at it.
All right, let's stay focused.
All right, good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you.
3 minutes, okay. All right, so for environmental, health citizens can apply, pay for fees, and view the instructions for their food permits online. The Environmental Health Division conducted over 800 inspections of restaurants, food trucks, and food establishments. This is not counting public health nuisances, vendor education, individual vendors during special events. Next slide. For vital statistics, citizens can now apply and pay for birth and death certificates completely online. They can either receive an email or text when it's complete, and then they can come in and pick it up in person, or they can have it mailed out. They issued over 13,000 birth certificates last year to citizens in Texas, and over 3,000 death certificates to persons that died in the city of Beaumont. Next slide, please. The immunization department continues to collaborate with our local school district and other physicians' offices to continue to increase the rate of immunizations throughout the city. We offer immunizations to children who have Medicaid or no health insurance, and to adults with no health insurance, to anyone in the state of Texas, even though our vaccine is supplied by the state of Texas. Last year, and we have a correction to the slide, we gave over 5,000 vaccines to protect the citizens of Beaumont. Next slide, please. Our health promotion division, every Wednesday, they do a diabetes wellness class at the Lakeside. Also, under health promotion for data, they analyze death records to determine the top 10 causes of death in the city. They use that information also to analyze STI data to determine where they need to focus the education, target audiences, and where they can go and what we can do to help improve the health of the community. The STI clinic has seen over 2,300 patients in 2024. Of those patients, 35% are from outside the city of Beaumont. Also, the data that we collect informs citizens about public health information, and we use Facebook, Twitter, X, and social media platforms for that. Next slide, please. One of the big things that we're real proud of is our wastewater surveillance system. The data is collected in Beaumont, it's submitted to the state, and then Baylor, and then to Baylor, and then Baylor resubmits that information back to us. We use that information for early detection to help communities prepare for infectious disease and to make sure that we're doing all we can to protect the citizens of Beaumont.
We get through your last slide?
Last slide.
Okay.
Questions?
All right, thank you.
All right, thank y'all.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor. Thank you for having us. I'd like to point out just real quick, the photo there in the front, it's just kind of a tie-in to our self-imposed motto, all creatures great and small, we care for them all. So next slide, please. All right. I know I've got to be quick, so just by the numbers, in 2024, we handled over 11,000 calls for service. We handled over 4,000 animals that came through the shelter, with 3,704 of those being live releases. We had 4,000 plus visitors to the shelter, almost 5,000 for that year. And two of our big programs, the TNR program and the spay and neuter voucher program, had big increases that year as well. And to round out the year, we had a 93.54% save rate. Next slide, please. Two of our notable programs that I'd like to mention is the TNR program. It was first implemented in 2018. We have an average of 500 feral cats that are sterilized per year through this program. So far, since 2018, we've had over 2,000 TNR cats. And this helps reduce unnecessary euthanasia and helps decrease feral cat populations. The spay and neuter voucher program is a free program for the citizens. They're able to come down and get one voucher per household per year to have a cat or dog fixed. And this program also began as a grant-based program in 2018 and became a city-funded program in 2019. And so far, over 1,200 vouchers have been issued since its inception. Next slide. Mr. Mayor, you may like this one. It's our summer intern program. It's first implemented in the summer of 2023. It's the first one of its kind for any of the local municipal animal shelters in the Golden Triangle. And it provides an exciting opportunity for high school students that like animals and are looking for summer jobs, things like that. They're able to learn valuable skills, caring for animals, different things of that nature. They're also able to do one ride-along with our animal care officers, and it gives them insights into different careers in the field. We're just wrapping up our 2025 summer season, and we had 6 summer interns this year. Next slide. As mentioned in the fleet request, we are putting in for 2 new animal control units. All of our units that were being replaced either have over 150,000 miles or will have, and the units are 10 to 12 years old. Last slide. I won't go into this in great detail because I know it's been talked about a lot, but this is our community investment plan, the animal care and adoption facility. And I'll let you read through that since I am out of time. Any questions?
Thank you.
I had a question.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Turner.
And I know we limited time, but I didn't see anything in here with staffing. I know a few people said like on the weekend sometimes it's short staffed and you guys don't be able to cover or aren't able to cover the weekends. I don't know how accurate that is, but is that the case? And if so,
we have one on-call officer for the weekends. We have requested more staffing, but this year I believe we got the trucks.
Okay, and if you would share that intern information with communication, so perhaps we can push that out on social media too. To let it's a great program.
Yes, sir, we will.
Thank you. Something we can talk about.
Yeah, we can.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
And Mayor, just before the next person comes up, if you don't know how much time you have, there is a timer on top of the podium that'll let you know how much time you have left. So if you need to speed up, you can.
There you go.
Oh, need to. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, staff that's left. I am Carmen Williams, the Human Resources Director for the city. I have Susan Kristofiak with me, who is my benefits administrator. We consist of 3 divisions: administration, personnel, and benefits. We support 1,250 full-time employees who have, and 164 part-time, who have anywhere from 2 weeks of service to 47 years of service. We touch everybody from recruitment, the full life cycle, from recruitment to retirement. We also have benefits division, which provides full-time employees a comprehensive benefits package, as well as our retirees, including medical, dental, vision, prescription drugs, telemedicine, and so forth. Who are we? Next slide. Okay. We strive to attract and retain and train, which is an important part of our most valuable assets, our employees. We're a full-service department. We provide service to all functional areas of human resources, and we touch the lives of every department within the city. Some key performance indicators for us are going to be planning, recruitment, engagement, development, as well as succession planning. Next slide. Okay, this is our administration budget, which stays pretty much the same. The only increases are in the areas as it relates to the wages, TMRS, and FICA. Next slide. Personnel. Our budget has remained pretty much the same. The increase has been in terms of our wages, FICA and TMRS. And next slide, benefits. And that has remained pretty much the same with the previously mentioned increases. And I have 37 seconds if you have any questions.
Great job. We appreciate it. Every second saved.
Thank you.
Are we skipping the Holmes Murphy presentation? You can go to the next slide. It'll go all the way to water and wastewater. All the way to water. There you go.
Good afternoon. I'm the operations manager, Clifton Jackson. I'll be standing in for Micah Harris, who is the director of water and wastewater operations. Water distribution operations budget. FY25, $6,815,764. FY26, $6,601,218. Water distribution maintains approximately 882 miles of water distribution main, 4,929 fire hydrants, 56,000 service connections, 15,054 valves, and in FY24, we completed over 5,000 work orders. And in fiscal year 25, to date, we've completed over 2,800 work orders. New budget items for fiscal year 2026 at a cost of $617,050. We're adding 4 new F550 crew cab trucks with gooseneck attachments, and they'll be replacing 12-year-old units. We'll also be adding 2 open cab mini excavators. They'll be replacing 13-year-old units. 1 Western Star 14-yard dump truck, 2 bumper pull trailers replacing 25-year-old units. 1 gooseneck trailer replacing a 25-year-old unit, and also a Stanley breaker for a backhoe because the current one is beyond repair. Wastewater collections. The operations budget for FY25 was $6,091,817. FY26, $6,199,666. Sewer collection and maintenance maintained 760 miles of sanitary sewer collection lines, 10,900 sanitary sewer manholes, 77 sanitary sewer lift stations. And in FY24, we completed over 5,000 work orders, 22,839 feet of sewer service line was flushed, 439,447 feet of sewer main was flushed also. And in FY25 to date, we've completed over 4,000 work orders. We flushed 20,982 feet of sewer service line, and 351,373 feet of sewer mains have been flushed. New budget items for FY 26, total 1 million. Oh, okay.
Is that your last slide, Mr.
Now I
Jack?
got about 3 or 4 more.
All right, just, we can see the new budget items, so go ahead and slip through. You're doing a great job.
Okay, thank you. Have a great day.
But, what are they? Let's see them and see if we have any.
Oh, the next
quick
slide. It's more fleet.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, where we at? Where did I stop off at?
We're good. Just show us. Yeah, we don't need to, just show us the slides. We're good. I think we're good, Mr. Jackson.
Okay.
But can we see the next 3 slides? Oh, that was the last one?
right.
Good. Okay.
All right.
Made it.
And Tina will be sending council a copy of this presentation.
Right. And on all these presentations, and I appreciate everybody's hard work, but I am trying to be mindful that we get out of here today and not extend this to another day. So.
Hello, everyone. It's the first time here, so forgive me if I mess up. So, okay, Fernando, solid waste. We're going to go through this real quick. You'll see our budget there. And if you have any questions on that, you can contact me later. We'll go through that. Main things I want to get to, next slide, please, is OCI, which is our methane gas removal. We need to do this because if not, TCQ will be on us in the future and with some penalties, which we don't want to pay. They'll help us basically remove methane gas from our location, the landfill, create it into energy, which will generate about almost $1 million worth of revenue for us. Now, that's going to start, as of right now, it started. It should finish within a year. Just giving you that one. Next one would be cell 4 construction. That is going to be approximately $4 million cost for us to continue putting material into our landfill. That will be happening here in the next few years. We got to decide that as quickly as possible. Next, one thing that's going to affect everybody here, and everybody needs to know about the residents. Everybody on north of FM 105, anybody living north of 105 will be moved from Wednesday to Thursday service. That is to balance our routes and allow us to service our customers better. Currently, right now, that Wednesday route is taking me to about 8:30 to finish at night, making my driver stay out. We work on a 4-day schedule, 50 hours, so that is not efficient for us. So we're going to work on the efficiencies on that aspect. And that's going to take effect October 25th. So that'll help reduce some of the overtime. Next slide. This is the gas plant project timeline, so you can take a look at that at your leisure. Next slide, please. Okay, this breaks down what our services are. We do a weekly garbage pickup. Our week is a 4-day week. So 8,000 tons of trash in a week. That's 200 tons of trash a day. Okay, that is both. Now, the thing that's different here in Beaumont is that heavy trash is the same as residential. 800 tons every week. So be aware of that. That's one of our challenges. We are proposing a FY26 increase of $1, giving us $420,000 to our budget. We're also doing a total collection generation of currently right now of $10,500,000 in total fiscal year. Now, our challenges, of course, we said is going to be what we say retention, turnover rate, right? We be based on our employees being CDLs. Guess what? They get better offers somewhere else. They jump ship as quickly as possible. So that's one of our challenges at this point. Not only that, balancing our routes and increasing the routes. The kind of number of routes we have right now are too short for what we're doing. Equipment is also down 20% most of the time. Next slide. All right, here's a proposed increase. We're getting 2 new Western Stars in addition, yes, it's an addition, not a replacement. So it'll continue adding to our fleet. So there's the numbers for that. So you can look at that one. Next slide, please. All right. Next, we have, this is how we provide service for the citizens as well as contractors. Just challenges equipment. And one more slide, please, real quick. This is what the landfill is going to look like in the future. We have drainage that we have to do, as well as wind screen collectors so that we don't violate TCQ and get more penalties. And final slide, this is what the landfill will look like at the end when we finish. Those are the downshoots for all the landfill. And that's my presentation.
And Fernando, at some point, if we can get information, I know Beaumont's one of the few cities that does heavy trash pickup every week. And there's a big cost to that, and certainly not everybody uses it. And there's contractors, I would think that get the biggest benefit out of it. So maybe we can look at some cost analysis on that in the future and figure out ways that we might be able to defer some of that cost and how other cities may do that.
Correct.
So,
And just to add on, man, you did a great job getting through that, and that CDL lane, he's very honest about that. It's very competitive. So just to kind of see what the market is, it's kind of hard for him to have any kind of retention and be consistent with his efficiency if we're that underneath the base compared to everybody else.
We're always training.
Yeah.
It's 15% turnover, so you are consistently training new individuals, and our equipment is specialized. So
Yeah, we don't need accidents. So
exactly,
if we can look into that, I appreciate
it
it.
affects our efficiency as well. So
Yes, sir.
We were made aware of the CDL issue with, I think, water, solid waste, and public works. So we are aware of it, and we're looking at ways to address it.
Am I last?
You are last,
Yay, the
but certainly
best.
not least.
The best for last, right? Economic Development Manager, Christina Loki. I want to introduce myself. Next slide, please. Awesome. So first of all, for new council members, economic development is brand new to the city of Beaumont, based off of the administration and the strategic plan. So we are focused on developing an economic development strategy that aligns with the priorities of the executive office and city council. And with that, we'll be utilizing the chamber economic development strategic plan that the city did invest in as well. We will be implementing an action plan focusing on attracting new businesses to Beaumont and enhancing and expanding business retention and expansion programs. We're going to create and offer targeted incentives to promote growth and investment. And we're going to focus efforts on downtown development, including the potential hotel project and aligning with Beaumont Vision 2035 for comprehensive downtown revitalization. At the same time, we'll be leveraging new energy technologies and sustainable resources to improve the city's appeal, diversifying Beaumont's economic base and positioning it as an attractive location for innovative and forward-thinking enterprises. More importantly, we are going to be having a retail marketing strategy with ICSC, International Council of Shopping Centers. This is huge. Beaumont's going to be actually going out to attract new businesses and new retail to coming into the city instead of just sitting back and waiting for that development to come. Huge, right? Downtown development project. We've got the Beaumont Vision 2035 and a Beaumont Riverfront Master Plan, including new incentives to expand our neighborhood empowerment zones you'll hear in the next few councils. That includes policy updates, as well as economic development policies that will include action plans, marketing strategies, and a brand new Develop Beaumont Facebook page and new website are in the works. And finally, training and education aimed at improving the skills of the local workforce to meet the needs of employers and enhance employability. Workforce is huge, a huge component of economic development. I have 1 minute left if there are any questions.
well, I think you could also do auctioneering with the number of words you use per minute. So that was awesome.
Okay. Thank you all so much.
Yes. And that was our last one? All right.
Council comments, city manager
Yes.
comments.
So at this point, council member comments, and yesterday I started with Councilman Durio, so I'm going to start with you, Councilman Crenshaw. No comment. Thank you. Councilman Williams.
No comment.
No comment.
I don't have any comment. I sent you two guys some emails about some information for the bond workshop.
Madam City Attorney? Public Works? Assistant City Managers? Duncan? Demi?
Thanks to all the department directors and your staff for your help with the budget this year. I really appreciate it. And thanks to Amy for helping me, and June and Mr. Williams as well.
All right. Mr. City Manager.
I'll go fast. Thank council and staff for their work. Thank council for your patience. This budget does include a 3% civilian pay increase for all civilian employees too. As far as the next steps, 18th, we mentioned this has to be drafted with the city drafts with the city secretary's office. A presentation to you by me on the 19th. You have to set the tax rate on the proposed tax rate on the 19th too, and set public hearings for this budget. Public hearings will take place in September. Adoption will come to you for September the 16th for possible adoption, with it going into effect October 1. And the presentations will be sent to you.
All right, and for council, review the presentation, see if you have any questions, you can email city manager and we can get answers on all those. And again, the staff's done an amazing job in the 3 minutes. I probably should have started sooner because everybody just was on point. So thank y'all all for the hard work, and with that, the meeting is adjourned.